Thank you. I guess we'll start all over. Thanks for coming. We're glad you all could be here. We're going to start with on this cloud seeding, we're going to start with the Wyoming Water Development Office. So if you go ahead and start your presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, or good afternoon, actually, now. Thank you very much for inviting me. My name is Barry Lawrence. I'm Deputy Director for Planning Division at Water Development Office. Very pleased to be here today, and I want to appreciate the committee inviting us to talk about this cloud seeding and the science that would be cloud seeding. With me today are several subject matter experts who've had various roles with the Wyoming program over the years, and so I'll introduce them. First is Dr. Jeff French. Jeff is the department head at the UW Atmospheric Science Department on campus. And for those of you who don't know, the department on campus has a rich history in cloud seeding research, experimentation over the years, dating back to the 1960s, 1970s, so more than 50 years. And some of the initial, they pioneered some of the initial advances in cloud seeding technology. And then more recently, over the past 20 years, they've been involved with our program when the state started with the research efforts and then transitioning into the operations. They've been advisory to the state, and really appreciate that support and been advisory such that the Wyoming program was deemed very credible. We want to make sure that that was a foremost consideration, that we ran a credible program, and the university has really had the state's back. So just want to acknowledge that. Then next to him is Patrick Golden. Patrick is Principal Lead Biologist with Heritage Environmental. And also online with Patrick is Dr. Ross Edwards. He's a senior scientist with the Wisconsin State Laboratory of Hygiene at University of Wisconsin-Madison. And these individuals, through Heritage Environmental, have been involved throughout the life of our program. So from the beginning, when we did research and so forth, all the way, and we did the NEPA analysis and all the permitting and so forth, all the environmental work that we did over the years, these individuals were involved in all of that. So from the research all the way transitioning into operations. And then last but not least, at the end of the table there, Mr. Jonathan Jennings. And very much appreciate Mr. Jennings coming today. Jonathan is a meteorologist and principal with the Utah Division of Water Resources. He has responsibilities for Utah's cloud seeding program. And we've certainly heard from legislators on this committee and other committees that you really like to hear what another state's doing and to put it in context, so you have a context for what Wyoming's doing. So that's why we've invited Jonathan. Appreciate him coming today, and he'll talk to you about the Utah program. So what we'd like to do in the presentation, the time that we have available, 4 things we would like to cover. First, we want to go over cloud seeding basics. And so that we're all on the same page, what it is, and not only what it is, but what it isn't. And so we want to have the same understanding going into the discussion we're going to have. Then we'll talk briefly about cloud seeding operations in Wyoming, what it is right now, what the program consists of, and so forth. And then we'll recap a little bit about the 2025 legislative session. I think you know there's activities there and what happened with the program. And also talk a little bit about, we heard this morning about the stresses in the Colorado River Basin. And so we'll talk about the strategy for flow augmentation using cloud seeding. We'll then get into environmental considerations. We've certainly heard the concerns expressed, and hopefully we have the right people here today to address those concerns, people that are involved in the environmental issues and our permitting on our program throughout, and get those questions answered that you have. And then briefly, we'll do a dive into what are other states doing, and more specifically, a deeper dive into Utah. And as I said, we've heard that you really want to hear from other states. What are other states doing? And I think that'll be very enlightening. So that's what we have teed up, Mr. Chairman. And with that, I will turn it over to Dr. French, and he's going to go through the basics of cloud seeding.
Thank you, Barry. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'd like to just go through a couple of slides sort of defining what cloud seeding is and talking a little bit about what cloud seeding isn't. And then a few more slides following that on recent research and kind of the state of the science, what we know about cloud seeding and what we don't know about cloud seeding. So first off, the definition of cloud seeding is the addition of aerosol, which are small particles, usually in the form of smoke, added into the atmosphere, into a cloud, that alter or change the phase of cloud particles and the distribution of these cloud particles in order to alter the precipitation, either increase precipitation, decrease hail, et cetera. That's the goal of cloud seeding. That's how it would be defined meteorologically. Okay. What is cloud seeding? It's a method by which we seek to increase the natural efficiency of a cloud's precipitation process. Okay, so through processes that occur otherwise naturally, we seek to simply increase their efficiency. It's limited because it's most effective in clouds that are inefficient already at producing precipitation. Clouds that are already efficient at producing precipitation, cloud seeding is going to have little or no effect on. What cloud seeding is not. Cloud seeding does not create clouds out of clear sky. We can't take water vapor and get it to condense in situations where it otherwise would not condense. So in no way are cloud seeding related to contrails that we see in the atmosphere. And cloud seeding will also not eliminate droughts. Okay, it may mitigate droughts, it may lessen their effect, but it's not going to eliminate them. You're not going to take a desert and turn it into a tropical rainforest through cloud seeding. Cloud seeding comes in two distinct flavors. And one is hygroscopic seeding and the other is glaciogenic seeding. And the terms aren't that important to us. We're going to focus on one of those types called glaciogenic seeding. And this is the cloud seeding that we find mostly throughout the Intermountain Western United States. It utilizes particles to encourage the phase change from liquid water droplets to ice crystals in wintertime clouds. And ice crystals, as I'll go through in the next couple of slides, are preferred in terms of their growth to precipitation-sized particles. And there's a physical basis or a physical reasoning behind why that is the case. And so through glaciogenic seeding, we're adding particles to encourage the freezing of liquid water droplets that would otherwise not freeze at quite so warm of temperature in natural clouds. So some basics that we all need to understand why cloud seeding would even potentially work just from a hypothesis or a basic physical understanding. So in clouds colder than freezing, but not too cold, maybe at temperatures, let's say, of 20 degrees Fahrenheit or 15 degrees Fahrenheit, ice is actually relatively rare in these clouds. Clouds that are cold, below freezing, but not very, very cold, are mostly composed of liquid particles. Okay, we call these liquid particles supercooled liquid. And that is because it takes some amount of energy for these liquid particles to actually freeze. And it requires some particles in the atmosphere, some aerosol particles, to allow the freezing process to occur. And these particles are naturally pretty rare in the atmosphere that actually allow liquid water to freeze at these warmer temperatures, okay? When ice and supercooled liquid occur in the same cloud in these temperature regimes, the ice is going to grow and the liquid will evaporate. So the liquid begins to evaporate and the ice begins to grow, and this allows the ice crystals to grow to sizes large enough to become precipitation in the form of snow or graupel that will eventually fall out of the cloud. And this process then is a process which prefers the growth of ice in a cloud that consists of both ice and liquid. So this is just a rough diagram of what clouds that occur at different temperatures may look like. So if our cloud is, say, between 32 degrees and maybe about 20 degrees, it's going to be composed almost entirely of liquid. If the cloud extends to temperatures of around 14 degrees, maybe it has a little bit of ice, but it's mostly liquid. And by the time the cloud extends to temperatures of around 0 degrees, it may be half liquid and half ice. So if we're going to utilize these clouds to actually target the growth of ice by adding some material to the cloud, we would be targeting these clouds that are in a limited temperature regime, maybe between 30 degrees Fahrenheit and about 20 or 15 degrees Fahrenheit. Because once a cloud gets cold enough, it's going to contain enough natural ice for that ice to grow naturally, and adding additional aerosol is not going to promote any more ice formation in the cloud. And so then what happens if once you introduce ice into the clouds, or you encourage ice to form from a few of the liquid particles, that ice exists in a state where it will want to grow. And that has to do with differences in saturation equilibrium between ice and liquid at any given temperature. And the ice will grow and the liquid will begin to evaporate, and that ice can then grow and fall out of the cloud. Okay, so for a basic orographic cloud seeding system, which is cloud seeding over the mountains, clouds that form over the mountains, the idea is you target clouds that are relatively inefficient because they're composed of mostly of liquid, and this isn't all of the cloud systems. In fact, a lot of times it may not even be most of the cloud system. It's a subset of cloud systems that might form over the mountain. You add ice nucleating material in the form of silver iodide into the cloud on the upwind side of the mountain. That promotes the freezing of some of these supercooled liquid droplets that are in the cloud. Those newly formed ice crystals will then grow through this natural process of ice growth, and then eventually fall out on the mountain. That's the hypothesis. That's the target of what one is trying to do through cloud seeding. Okay, the big question is, does it work? Cloud seeding as an idea was first discovered or envisioned back in the early 1950s with some discovery of ice nucleating particles in the laboratory. And the idea was, if we can place these ice nucleating particles in clouds that are otherwise composed of supercooled liquid, maybe we can encourage ice to form, and this could lead to precipitation and growth. Well, research was conducted from the 1960s through the late 80s and into the early 2000s with little result coming out of that. A lot of money was spent by the federal government with very few conclusive results when it came to cloud seeding. And largely, the federal government abandoned cloud seeding research in the late 1980s and early 1990s, okay? Enter the 1990s and the early 2000s, and it was recognized that water availability is a major problem in many arid and semi-arid regions, even in the Western US. And cloud seeding began to be looked at once again by a number of researchers and a number of agencies across the country and across the world. That began here in Wyoming with the Wyoming Weather Modification Pilot Project, which targeted the Medicine Bow and Sierra Madre range for 6 winter seasons from 2008 through 2014. That was set up as a randomized experiment, and I don't want to go dig too far into the details, but myself and Barry would be happy to answer questions about this, where they would target one range or another range in a very random fashion when both of the ranges were under similar conditions. And the idea was, if you target them randomly and then you look at what comes out at the end, if one has significantly more precipitation, then you can say something as to whether cloud seeding had an effect on the amount of precipitation that fell in those clouds. Well, it turned out that following the 6 seasons and doing this type of analysis, it showed that there was insufficient evidence to statistically confirm an increase in precipitation during these 6 seasons. And at first glance, you might look at that as a failure, but there was some really good information that came out of that. The first was they were able to look at the natural variability in the precipitation that occurred across these 2 mountain ranges, and it showed that one would need roughly 1,000 cases to actually get a statistically significant result. So that's roughly 50 to 60 years of observational data to be able to do a pure statistical analysis to come up with a result that would be conclusive, statistically speaking, based on the variability in precipitation between these 2 ranges. But additional analysis began looking at the use of numerical simulations. We can simulate the clouds and the storms over the mountains at these same times and make small variations within the models, okay? And they would act as somewhat independent sources. And then that provides you a multitude of cases. Of course, this is a numerical model in doing this. Well, when this work was done, it showed that for these 118 cases, with a range of numerical simulations for each case, there was a statistically significant result of between 3 to 7% increase in precipitation. The question remains, how valid are those numerical simulations? Okay, the results of this were published in a 2018 paper led by Roy Rasmussen and his co-authors. Dr. Rasmussen is at NCAR and describes the approaches, both the original statistical analysis and the approach through the numerical model. But the really important thing, at least to me, that came out of this is the realization that to do a straight statistical analysis on cloud seeding is unlikely to ever show results. You need to make physical connections between what you expect to see in the cloud, that we expect to be happening when you place cloud seeding material in the cloud, and connect the dots physically from the input of cloud seeding material, silver iodide, to the initial formation of ice, to the growth of that ice, to precipitation-sized particles eventually falling out to the ground. So that led to the development or the concept for a new project called the Seeded and Natural Orographic Wintertime Clouds Experiment. And this is termed SNOWY. It's a project that took place in 2017 in southwestern Idaho over 1 winter season, and we had 23 cases. And SNOWY was designed to take the information, the ideas that we learned from the WWMPP, and combine them with the idea of also needing to make the physical connections between what happens when the cloud seeding material is added to a cloud. And then by doing that, if you can demonstrate or if you can observe what is actually happening in the cloud utilizing advanced tools, advanced observational tools, such as research aircraft and radars, et cetera, you can then constrain and evaluate your numerical models to determine whether they are capturing reality or not. Are they making good predictions? Because a model is only as good as the predictions that it makes. And you have to be able to decide to determine if your model is making good predictions. So we designed an experiment that would combine these very modern, high technology observations with the numerical modeling. And so the experiment setup actually was quite simple. This slide demonstrates that imagine over a mountain range, you have an aircraft that is flying on the upwind side and it's flying back and forth and it's releasing seeding material into a cloud. And as that seeding material is released into a cloud, it advects downstream over the mountain. Okay, if it's going to have an impact on the cloud, it's actually going to have an impact in a zigzag type pattern because the aircraft is flying back and forth, releasing material, and as it advects, it creates a zigzag pattern in a cloud, which is completely unnatural. It's not something that's going to happen in nature by itself. At the same time, downstream in this cloud, we're making measurements directly in cloud with the University of Wyoming research aircraft, with radars that are on board the aircraft, with ground-based radars, et cetera. And what we found was really quite astonishing. So this slide shows a case situation where the wind is out of the southwest, out of the lower left-hand corner, and we have radar echoes that pop up on the southeastern side of the domain downwind, very much in a zigzag pattern. And that was our eureka moment during this experiment. That is when we said, okay, for the first time, we are actually witnessing cloud seeding material being added to a cloud, precipitation forming and falling to the ground. This has never been shown before in the 60 plus years of cloud seeding research. So from these experiments, we were able to directly measure the amount of precipitation that was generated by cloud seeding in 5 cases, 5 of the 23, okay? In the other cases, there was too much background precipitation to be able to pull out that signal. But what those 5 cases allowed us to do is it allowed us to confirm and validate the numerical model that we were using to make predictions of what the impact of cloud seeding would be. So the next step then is, and what we're doing now and working on publishing now, is utilizing the model in all of the cases to predict and evaluate what the seeding impact is over a season. Because what's really important when we talk about seeding impact is not what happens from one storm, but what happens over an entire mountain range over an entire season. So this is a list of references that we've had. We've published 2 papers in the proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences here over the last 5 or 6 years in regards to this. We have another one that is in PNAS, it's in review right now. So this is the highest level journal in the US. And we have another half dozen or so papers that have been published in high level atmospheric science journals that detail all of this work and the new methodologies that we've developed to look at cloud seeding and evaluate cloud seeding. The last couple of slides that I want to show, I want to talk about the type of research that remains possible and maybe what the next steps are in research when it comes to cloud seeding. So the University of Wyoming operates an observatory that sits at the top of Elk Mountain. So those of you who have driven back and forth on I-80 probably have seen this at one point or another. It sits in a cap cloud for roughly a third of the time in the winter season. That means a cloud essentially encapsulates the top of this mountain. And this observatory was used in the late 1960s, 70s, and 80s, specifically for cloud physics research. And the University of Wyoming is now looking at beginning to utilize Elk Mountain again for additional research activities, interdisciplinary research activities. And one potential for that is cloud seeding research. So essentially what we're looking to try to bring to bear on the problem is how can we utilize a mountaintop observatory that's sitting in a cloud a third of the time during the winter, add seeding material to that cloud potentially, look to see how that evolves while we're also making measurements with the Wyoming research aircraft, and then utilize our availability to the NCAR Wyoming supercomputer to develop and improve numerical models to be able to predict what's going on in clouds. And I think I will leave it at that and turn it back over to Barry.
Thank you, Dr. French. Well, we'll change gears a little bit here. Let's talk about cloud seeding operations in Wyoming and where we sit today. And I want to recap, I think most of you are well aware of what transpired in the 2025 legislative session. But for those of you who aren't familiar, all state funding for both the ground and airborne program for the state was eliminated. As such, there's no aircraft coming in this winter. Also, there will be no airborne operations. That's no airborne operations over the Medicine Bow or the Sierra Madres. That's been canceled. The ground-based program was authorized, provided that 100% of the funding comes from Colorado River water users or other interested parties. And so, and we've certainly heard earlier today about the stresses in the Colorado River Basin. We'll talk about how the existing program is a part of a strategy for flow augmentation in the Colorado River Basin. So as it sits now, and there you'll see the two ranges that are still theoretically would be targeted this winter with ground-based operations, ground-based only, the Wind River Range and the Sierra Madre Range. And relative to the composition itself, in the Wind River Range, we've had 11 years of operations since the research program. There are 10 ground-based generators targeting the clouds above the Wind River Range. The operational season is early November to mid-April. Also in the Sierra Madres, since 2022, there are 3 ground-based generators targeting the west slope of the Sierra Madres. So all in all, this program has 13 ground-based generators. There's an on-site meteorologist, typically in Pinedale, that's doing the forecasting and so forth. And I should tell you, this program is 24/7, around the clock, looking at all the modeling and everything that exists, the synoptics and so forth, doing weather balloon launches, looking at radiometers and so forth, the supercooled liquid water, the building blocks that Jeff has mentioned here. And so that's a 24/7 operation from November to April. For those of you who haven't seen what a ground-based generator looks like, and I'm sure some of you have probably seen them upwind of the Wind River Range, there are 10 of them, and three upwind of the Sierra Madres, as I mentioned. There's a control box, a propane tank, nitrogen tank for purging the lines, seeding solution, a battery box, there's a deep cycle batteries, a solar panel. Obviously, these are all remote control, satellite modem, and then you'll see the burner assembly. And just so you know, the tower is about a 20-foot tower. This screen shows basically what the technician would see when they get a seeding decision relative to which generators, if any, to turn on. And they're monitoring everything, the temperature and so forth, the flow rates and so forth, the batteries, everything's being monitored remotely. As I mentioned, here again, we have 10 generators targeting the winds and 3 targeting the Sierra Madres. Here's a picture of wintertime operations. And just so you know, it's remote, but from time to time, they do have to go out on site, whether it be, if there's an issue with a generator, if there's a clogged nozzle, or if the batteries aren't cycling properly or something like that. They always go in pairs when they go out there, obviously for safety concerns and so forth. But they do periodically have to go out during the winter as soon as weather allows. Obviously, these generators are up and ready and operational at the beginning of the season. Okay. Typically, you don't have to refill propane tank or seeding solution once in a great while, but most of the while it's just maintenance if an issue occurs. And then if we look at generator hours and so forth, I want to talk about what happened this past winter, 24-25, and just give you a feel for things. In the Wind River Range, and this is, you see 177:13, 177 hours basically of seeding. That is seeding events. Okay, so in the Wind River Range, there was 177 hours when we were seeding. That's over the whole winter. So that's from November to April. And then in the Sierra Madre Range, you'll see 230 hours of seeding events going on. Obviously, the Sierra Madres were called on quite a lot, but keep in mind, we only had 3 generators in the Sierra Madres and we have 10 in the Wind River Range. But you can see there over the last 3 years, since the Sierra Madres came online and so forth, the percent of seeding by each range. And in this last year, the Sierra Madres accounted for 56% of the seeding operations, of the seeding actual operations themselves. The other numbers there are total generator hours. And so that tells you how many generator hours are running. So obviously, if you have 4 generators running for 4 hours, that's 16 total generator hours. So that's accumulated over the season, and you can see for the winds and the Sierra Madres, how many total generator hours. And that's kind of displayed here, and the range usage of hours. Even though we had more hours of seeding in the Sierra Madres, remember, we have a lot more generators in the Wind River Range. And so that's total generator hours you can see there over the last 3 years. With an average, and we'll talk about that. Wind River Range had a total average here. We are 1,071 and a quarter hour generator hours for, as you mentioned, the program is run for 11 seasons in the Wind River Range, and relative to the average, it's right around a little over 1,000 generator hours per winter. And you can see kind of the high and the low there over the 11 years. And then I did want to mention as I mentioned, the strategy for flow augmentation in the Colorado River Basin, because this program is part of that. It's a large effort, and so the state of Wyoming is party to a programmatic funding agreement for weather modification activities in the Colorado River Basin. It's a collaborative effort among the 7 basin states to help make the system whole. And so obviously we've heard about the stresses earlier this morning from the Attorney General's office and the state engineer's office and so forth. And so this is an effort to do something, be proactive and do something. It's a low-hanging fruit, something that we can do. And you'll see the different entities that are involved in this effort. As I mentioned, this is a large effort. We are working with all these entities. And so you have the upper basin states with Utah, Colorado, Wyoming, and then the lower basin, we're dealing with the 6-agency committee, California, Central Arizona Water Conservation District, and New Mexico Interstate Stream Commission, as well as Southern Nevada Water Authority. So the agreement itself was signed in 2018. It's an 8-year agreement. And contributions, we have a situation where lower basin is helping fund operations in the upper basin, okay, to the tune of $1.5 million from lower to upper. So typically, the maximum that any one upper basin state, Colorado, Utah, Wyoming, could receive from the lower basin under this agreement would be $500,000. So $500,000 to Utah, $500,000 to Colorado, and $500,000 to Wyoming. So our funding partners, I mentioned, since the early 2000s. As a matter of fact, this goes back even before, when we were in the research phase, the lower basin was already putting into the research phase because of what we were doing, and they really believed in the research and so forth, so they were contributing even at that stage. But then going forward, obviously for operations, we discontinued the research in 2014 and started operations and didn't dismantle the generators in the Wind River Range, left them in place to do an operational program. That's when they kicked in, and certainly the funding agreement kicked in and a larger contribution from the large water purveyors down south, Central Arizona, Southern Nevada, and State of California, Colorado River Board. I should also mention in this program, we do have local funding partners over the past few years, folks that have been contributing. We have several of the Trona firms have contributed. Obviously, water huge in their processing and so forth. And through the Wyoming Mining Association have contributed to our program. The Rocky Mountain Power has contributed in the past. And also Green River, Rock Springs, Sweetwater County Joint Powers Water Board have all contributed to our program in the past. Here again, flow augmentation, Colorado River Basin. So just in the last slide here, I just wanted to give you a feel. If you look at the map there, you'll see the generators, kind of give you a feel for how we fit into the bigger picture. And you can certainly see the numerous number of generators in Utah and Colorado. And we'll be turning it over here shortly to Jonathan to talk about his efforts in the Colorado River Basin and so forth. But to give you a feel for the 13 generators in Wyoming as part of this large network of generators, here again, all targeting the clouds to try to increase flows in that Colorado River Basin, stress basin. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Golden, who's going to talk about environmental concerns. Oh, yes, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator.
So we've been doing this for a while.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Can you give me an idea on how much water or rain or snow we've actually generated off of it and what it cost?
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Senator McGowan, certainly that is of concern. I will tell you that we have not done the robust analysis like we've done in the Medbos and Sierra Madres. In that particular case, in the Medbos and Sierra Madres, where we've done more robust analysis with NCAR and so forth, we're looking at additional water produced. And, we were coming in anywhere between $35, $45 per acre foot of water, additional water, acre feet of water. And you were looking anywhere 10, 15,000 acre foot of water produced. That was in airborne. One year we looked at the Sierra Madres. We did this with the National Center for Atmospheric Research. Then also with the WWMPP, I will tell you that we also looked at it. We were looking at about 7,100 acre foot of additional water produced, and that was at a cost, we were here again, anywhere low from $35 up to $70, $80 per acre foot. But we have not done the robust analysis in the Wind River Range.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members, for having us here today. I'm Patrick Golden, the lead biologist with Heritage Environmental, and I'll be kind of tag teaming this presentation with Dr. Ross Edwards with University of Wisconsin. So just to talk a little bit about silver occurring in the environment naturally, and in addition with cloud seeding, trace chemistry analyses that have been done in snow, water, and soil have all shown negligible environmental impact from seeding operations themselves. Trace chemistry is needed to actually detect it in the environment from cloud seeding because it occurs in such small concentrations. Clean gear and clean procedures are required, and Ross will talk to you about that here in a little bit. But as part of the WWMP, okay, how do I advance that? Thanks. There were baseline samples taken in snowpack, which showed about 4 to 6 parts per trillion of silver. Stream baselines were between 1 and 36 parts per trillion. And then in unpolluted natural streams, it was about 1 to 30 ppt with a 1 to 2 PowerPoint baseline in snow. So if you compare that to the table, natural occurrence in water with undissolved particulate matter is between 0.2 and 1.7 parts per million. So that's quite a bit more. And as you're coming down the scale, soil and stream sediments related to crustal silver and local geology is between 90 and 800 parts per billion. And then natural silver in the Earth's crust is about 90 ppb, so all much higher than what's detected from seeding. Pardon? Oh, thanks. Ross, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, so thanks, Pat. So this diagram is just showing different forms of silver. So there are many forms of silver in naturally occurring and man-made. And so the toxicity of silver to microbes and to aquatic organisms with gills relates to the silver Ag+, it's a silver ion, which is sort of can be released from some of these compounds. And at the top of the scale, the most silver ion released from a silver salt is silver nitrate. And so that's what you could expect to find in a hospital setting, for instance. You know, if you have a burn, patient of a burn or something like that, they might put silver nitrate on the burn to kill microbes. So that releases nearly all of its silver as a silver ion. At the bottom, you have silver sulfide. The silver sulfide is kind of where silver naturally ends up in the environment. Sooner or later, it gets converted to a silver sulfate or a silver sulfide, and that's pretty much it. And there's very, very, very little silver ion released from silver sulfide. And then we have silver iodide and silver metal. So silver iodide has a much lower solubility than silver nitrate. It's in chemical terms, would say it's insoluble, although there is still some very tiny amount of silver ion released. Silver metal, we would consider that insoluble. However, it oxidizes and releases a little bit of silver. So silverware that everyone's used to, or a cup made out of silver, is antimicrobial by virtue of a small amount of oxidation of the silver, releasing silver ions. But anyway, ultimately, silver in the environment sooner or later ends up as silver sulfide, regardless of if it's a metallic silver or a salt. Next slide. And so just to go back on that, the toxicity of silver that people are concerned about is related to the silver ion. Silver iodide is relatively insoluble. The World Health Organization, the EPA, have a water quality standard that's for silver that's 100 ppb, 100 parts per billion. For silver iodide, and also some of the variants of silver iodide that are used in cloud seeding, like silver iodochloride, if you were to put that into, place a little bit of that silver into ultra pure water, it will dissolve up until its saturation concentration in the water. And the saturation concentration is about 0.9 parts per billion. So it's kind of after that, silver would just sort of become solid again. You can't increase the amount of the concentration in the water. So, which is less than the EPA's, well, it's like 100 times less, let's say, than the EPA's water standard. And so for rats and animals, some of the toxicity levels have been measured. For rats, 95 parts per billion for silver ion, which is very difficult to reach in the environment. Germinating plants, about 750 parts per billion. And adult plants, 14,000, 120,000. I did look up some numbers, trying to extrapolate from rats for like larger mammals. And for silver iodide and silver metal, it's a huge amount. It's like a large quantity of this material that would be required to hurt a large organism. Next slide, please. And so when silver moves around inside in the environment, so let's say it's released, primarily it accumulates in soils. Cloud seeding material, we don't really expect it to be mobile as a dissolved material. It will stick to the soil, and it will move with the soil. So erosion, that kind of thing. But we found it in soil, and we've looked in stream beds and soils, and it is found at the parts per trillion, part per million level, really, naturally. And so in the cloud seeding operations, the studies that I've been involved in, Pat's been involved in, there's nothing, we can't find anything. We look with the best technology available, and we're very, very careful not to contaminate any samples where we cannot find it above the natural levels. And so we've also looked in, part of the work that we've been doing, though, we've looked in rivers and streams, sediments. We've looked in snow as well. So I've been largely involved in trying to find silver in the snow and looking at baseline levels before, without our cloud seeding and with cloud seeding. Next slide. And so this is a picture from 2005, actually, from the Sierra Madre, where we did a baseline study, and you can see that we have to be very careful not to contaminate the samples. We're wearing clean room Tyvek suits, and we have a whole procedure of, with all the gear that we're using has been cleaned in nitric acid, and we're very, very careful how we even pull the gear out of plastic bags and take these samples. And you see that I'm taking samples in the pit, and there's a little acid clean tubes that are going into a acid clean stainless steel rectangular tube. And one of the big problems is that a lot of the clothes that you wear these days, the anti-odor clothes, for instance, there are a lot of fabrics which have silver nanoparticles in them. Socks that don't smell, gym clothes that don't smell typically have silver in the fabric. Some packaging has silver in it. There are shampoos and toothpaste now with silver nanoparticles in them. So we have to be very careful about being very clean when we do this analysis. And the charts you can see are two-dimensional representations of the snow density on one side and then of the silver on the other side. And what we found in this case is we have these dark blue areas where the silver concentration is very low, less than 2 parts per trillion. And then we have some lighter areas where the silver can get up to maybe 6 parts per trillion in this case. And that increase in silver that we see in this snow is from dust. Okay, so silver is blowing around in the atmosphere in mineral dust. And so that there is natural layers of silver occurring in the snowpack that we can detect naturally based on coming from dust. Next slide. And this is just some of the results from this baseline study in Wyoming. We also sampled creeks and rivers in the Wind River Range as well as the Medicine Bow. And what we found, I think, is really interesting is in the rivers themselves and the creeks, what we see is an association. This is this sort of a scatter diagram on the right. We see an association of silver with copper and with lead. And that's kind of what we would expect, actually, because the silver is naturally occurring with sulfide ore bodies. So lead and copper. Silver is often associated with those. And in this case, we have a pretty strong, it's a pretty strong correlation that the silver that we were finding in these rivers, the naturally occurring silver, was due to probably erosion from naturally occurring ore bodies. The Green River was a little up above the Green River Lakes, has a little bit higher lead for whatever reason. There's some lead ore up there somewhere. And then on this diagram on the left-hand side, it's just to show that the sources of silver coming into the snowpack or into water and dust and how they relate. And so from cloud seeding, in this case, we have this is a part of the another study, but 7 parts per trillion of silver coming in with cloud seeding. We've seen as high as 50 parts per trillion in cloud seeding, but there's a very distinct layer in the snow. So not the whole snowpack, just a little layer in the snowpack. Natural silver coming from dust, presumably 2 to 6 parts per trillion, and then in the water up to 1 to 30 parts per trillion, and the sediments it's much higher again. So it can be up into the parts per million. So many orders of magnitude. Okay, next slide, please. And so this is showing the study that we did, the baseline study that we did in 2005, and then subsequent studies of water bodies, in this case, Wind River, year after year, and with cloud seeding. Okay, so the chart on the right, it's actually orders of magnitude. Each line is a factor of 10, but there's some of the numbers that we found at the beginning, which is in the red bar, average silver parts per trillion, skewed a little bit high by the iron, some of those ore bodies. Then each year, the next year with clear seeding is actually less. And you can see the red bars, you can ignore the gray and the other 2 bars, but the little red bar, there's no change really in the water content, silver content from the cloud seeding time. And that's what we would expect too, because the natural sources through the erosion of material in the mountains and coming in as dust is much higher than from the cloud seeding. Next slide. And this is also interesting. This is a calculation I did for the Idaho Central Mountains and Upper Snake cloud seeding, and this is sort of where the snowy experiment that was just discussed was occurred. And so what I did here is so in this case, this is kind of the scenario where I'm just assuming that all the seeded material actually landed in the target area and was completely dispersed. It's not in reality, you need modeling to understand exactly where the silver went. But if you just consider that if it's dispersed over the entire the target area, how much silver would that be per year deposited per unit of land? And it comes out to about 1.27 micrograms of silver per year. And if we compare that to the soil, what the silver we'd expect, a conservative estimate of the silver we'd expect in the soil based on the global average, crustal average, in order for us to, double that amount in the soil or change it, it's take about 10,000 years, assuming that all the silver lands in the same spot. There's no erosion. It's not moving away from that area. And it's you'd have to cloud seed for 10,000 years to probably to about double the amount of silver in the top 4 inches of soil. Next slide, please. I'll hand this over to you, Pat.
So bioaccumulation in the food chain is also a question that often comes up. You know, is silver accumulating as it moves up the food chain? That happens when a smaller organism ingests some silver and then a larger animal eats it, and it kind of compounds. Happens a lot with tuna in the ocean and things like that with different substances. But again, the toxicity of silver depends on the concentration of the active free silver ion in water. And as discussed, that, you know, silver iodide is effectively insoluble in the environment. It's very stable and does not readily break down and into free silver ions that would be potentially toxic to fish and other organisms. Soil sediment and water silver toxicity is very low, even at high total silver concentrations, because most of that silver, as Ross mentioned, is already bound into other more stable compounds that aren't releasing the Ag+ ion, which is not available for absorption. Accumulation of the silver ion in algae can be relatively high, but most of it's bound into stable compounds as well. Macroinvertebrates then feed on the algae, but they don't show significant bioaccumulation because very little of that Ag+ is ingested. Essentially, those more stable compounds kind of pass through them as if it were a grain of sand. It's ingested and then excreted. It's even lower in fish. We've done tissue sampling for macroinvertebrates and fish in Idaho with the cloud seeding project there. And again, found levels like in the parts per million, parts per billion. We couldn't even detect it from silver iodide. And ultimately, again, I think as Ross mentioned earlier, the free ion becomes locked up as a non-toxic silver sulfide, which isn't generating any Ag+. So although silver ions in the laboratory from more soluble silver salts have been shown to be toxic to aquatic species with massive doses, it's not the case with the insoluble silver salts such as silver iodide. And then I'm not sure how much folks are aware of this, but for the permitting for the original WWMPP and other projects that we've permitted across the United States, oftentimes higher elevation lands are more desirable for ground generators to get the seeding material up in closer to the atmosphere, to the cloud base. Those lands are often managed by Fish and Wildlife, or the Forest Service and BLM. So putting equipment on their property requires a permit, which then triggers NEPA compliance with the Endangered Species Act and such. And specific to Wyoming, we've got a bunch of generators on state lands, which require temporary use permits. So we worked with State Lands Department to procure those and then renew those as necessary, working with the grazing lessees. Specifically for the WWMP, we prepared an environmental assessment to analyze potential impacts to all kinds of environmental resources, and that analysis resulted in a finding of no significant impact. So that permit was issued to the state. The private and state lands can sometimes be more desirable because they don't trigger NEPA. So you can save money by avoiding that process. I already mentioned the state lands, TUPs. And then in terms of reporting, the ground-based and aerial operation programs must submit annual reports to NOAA that describe the hours operated, amount of seeding agent used in each target area, et cetera. And also monthly reports go to the Wyoming state engineer. So just to summarize, total silver concentrations from seeding are orders of magnitude lower than naturally occurring background levels of total silver. Silver iodide is not toxic. It's stable, insoluble, does not readily dissociate in water, and therefore does not become toxic. Although silver ions from soluble silver salts have been shown to be toxic to aquatic species in a lab setting, it's not the case with insoluble salts such as AgI or silver iodide in the environment. And then environmental sampling of cloud seeding operations that we've done on multiple projects around the country have found no detectable increase in total silver concentrations above background levels in soil, streams, or aquatic species within those seeded areas. We didn't really talk about extra area effects much today, but the seeding has also been shown that has a small impact on the overall water vapor budget associated with a particular storm, and downstream effects are negligible. Sometimes they've been shown to be positive, I believe. And then suspension criteria are used to minimize potentials for floods, avalanches, and overtopping of dams for public safety. And with that, I will pass it to Jonathan or Barry.
Real quick.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Golden.
thank you.
Let's talk about other cloud seeding operations in other states. And before I turn it over to Mr. Jennings to talk about the Utah program, I want to put up this map so you can see the operations going on currently in other western states. There are 10 states actively engaged in cloud seeding operations. The yellow shaded ones there, you'll see those are warm season cloud seeding precipitation enhancement programs. And then the blue are the cold season cloud seeding season programs, such as Wyoming's glaciogenic seeding. And you'll see that that is going on in many of the Intermountain Western states. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Jennings to do a deeper dive into Utah's operations.
Thank you, Barry. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jonathan Jennings again. I'm with the Utah Division of Water Resources. I'm the meteorologist and cloud seeding program coordinator there. All right, just want to give you a little bit of a background on exactly where I came from. I graduated in 2008 from Penn West University with a degree in meteorology. I was also serving as president of the Southwest Pennsylvania chapter. I then moved to Texas, where I spent 13 years operating programs in Texas. Also was a licensed state meteorologist. And then I decided to move on to the Weather Modification Association. And there I served as president, which just ended in April. And I'm also certified as an operator and manager for the Weather Modification Association. For the last 2 years, roughly, I've been in Utah working with the Division of Water Resources. It's been a great 2 years, and we have a lot of opportunity for growth and research in our state thanks to a pretty nice budget that we have now. Before I get going into anything, I wanted to bring up this 2003 report, Critical Issues in Weather Modification. This was done by the National Academy of Sciences. And one of the quotes that I wanted to bring into this is they're bolded. The committee emphasizes that weather modification should be viewed as a fundamental and legitimate element of the atmospheric science. So a lot of understanding in cloud physics and cloud microphysical processes has been discovered during cloud seeding research. So for better modeling practices, cloud seeding has been very important in that, which leads to better operational forecasts, both with state level operating in cloud seeding or just federal forecasting as well. So I think we all understand why we need to cloud seed in the Mountain West, but for Utah in particular, this provides an opportunity for affordable new water production. So this is actually bringing new water to the state of Utah. We are lucky to have the mountain ranges that exist that allow us to have plenty of super cool liquid water that we could tap into and try to bring that moisture down to the ground as snow. We also have very complex aerosols and dust that come off the western desert of the Salt Lake area, as well as the Great Salt Lake, very different dust particles coming off both. These can either hinder or help precipitation processes in the Wasatch Front, including the Wasatch Back as well. We also know water demand is a big issue, especially in Utah, where we're seeing rapid population growth across the Salt Lake Valley. But also we have two beasts in our backyard, the Great Salt Lake and of course the Colorado River. So we have a lot of issues at our hands. It's a very challenging process to try to manage both of those water resources while also providing our folks that live in this state water that they can rely upon for the next several decades. We also measure our water or snowpack by measuring the SWE, snow water equivalent. So not all snow is the same. Some snow could be more dense and have more water in it. And one way we measure that is through these snow tell stations. And we follow that by looking at a percent of normal. What is the normal over the last 30 years and how does that look like today? So typically our peak occurs on April 1st. And over the last 30 years, we've only been within 5% of normal 3 times. So we have a really big boom or bust cycle. So during these wet years, we have to be very aggressive when we're afforded the opportunity for cloud seeding to work to help bank the water to get us through some of those dry years. So the Utah program historically and currently is really surrounded around ground-based generators. Last season, we had 187 ground-based generators across the state of Utah. 120 of those were remotely operated. 67 of those were manually operated. I'll talk a little bit about that. We are trying to turn those generators into all remotely operated and ingest that information into state-of-the-art software that our operational meteorologists can use and try to streamline the process of the operations, make things a lot more simpler for our operators. We've also, over the last 3 years, looked into aircraft. So we did 3 years of aircraft seeding all across the state of Utah. We came across a lot of challenges during that process. Most of those were self-inflicted, maybe some wrong decisions when it came to aircraft type, looking at maybe not hiring the qualified pilots. But we're hoping to do a better cost assessment in our aircraft program. But right now, that's provided us an opportunity to look at drones. So drones are something that are very new in the cloud seeding industry. Last season, there was an exploratory drone program in Oregon and also in the Cache Valley of Utah. We really like the idea of drones. It could be more cost-effective in the long term, the ability for rapid deployment, and then also more precise targeting. Of course, you're not going to cover the wide area that you would with an aircraft, but with enough drone teams, you could. So some accomplishments over the course of the last season, we ran for just under 17,000 hours of ground-based generator runtime, so that's quite a bit of hours. We did have 42 flight hours with our aircraft and then 75 hours with our drones. Again, that was the first exploratory drone program in the US. We also installed and operated a total of 120 remotely operated programs. We created a new program called the East Shore program, which resides along the east shore of the Great Salt Lake. And then also the Utah Climate Center developed a new high-resolution rapid refresh model, which squeezes vertical layers of the model into the lowest couple kilometers, giving us a better understanding of terrain impacts in the model. That has been used for operational work and has been well received by our operational meteorologist. Continuing the accomplishments, advanced instrumentation. This is a major issue across the Mountain West. We just don't have a lot of instrumentation out there. The Southern Nevada Water Authority was given a $2.4 million grant by the USBR. They decided that it was better for them to pass that funds on to the upper basin states. So Utah had access to roughly $800,000. So we decided to put these radiometers across the state. And what these radiometers are doing, it's a microwave sensor that sends out a signal and starts to measure the cloud's liquid water. So this gives us a better understanding of how much moisture is in our clouds, and then also provides a temperature profile so we can start to detect where some of this supercool liquid water is. And that gives us the ability to have better targeting practices. We also installed 3 additional icing rate meters. And why this is important, our radar coverage across the Mountain West is either too few and far between, or we have a lot of blockage due to the higher terrain. So icing rate meters gives us the ability to understand exactly what type of precipitation is falling. So if we're getting signals that we're getting freezing rain, then we know we have supercool liquid water in the area, and we could target that with cloud seeding. Also, the gap filling radar project that I've been working on, there's a company that is installing gap filling radars, and instead of the states or entities owning and maintaining those radars, the company continues to own and maintain the radars, but they sell the data package to the states or the entities. Owning a radar is not fun. It's very costly. So being able to get rid of those costs and that time is a big interest of the state, but also getting that radar data is very valuable for not just cloud seeding operations, but Department of Transportation's, Department of Emergency Management, and then providing that data to the federal government to ingest in their multi-rain, multi-sensor program, which allows us to have better monitoring of precipitation, which leads to better flood and disaster warnings, but also the understanding of water supply forecasting for our operators on dams and reservoirs. We also have a program in central Utah that's operated solely within their water district, the Emory Water Conservancy District. And here they actually use a different method of cloud seeding where they're evaporating liquid propane. And what this does is it creates a burst of evaporational cooling and allows everything from roughly -40 degrees Celsius almost up to 0 degrees Celsius and turns it all into ice. So this is undergoing further investigation in the state of Idaho, but they've been running this operationally for the past 15 years. Now, you're not going to get a widespread dispersion that you would otherwise see with silver iodide, and you also have to be at very high elevations. This has to be released in cloud. So for something like small canyons or even ski resorts, this could be a method of producing additional precipitation. And then something I'll talk about more in depth is snowscape. So atmospheric scientists love their acronyms. Seeded and natural orographic winter storms, catchment processes, and evaluations. So we just wanted something that could roll off the tongue. But really what we're doing here is trying to provide a new scientific framework for evaluating cloud seeding. As Dr. French mentioned earlier, this is one of the biggest challenges within our industry. So we decided to hire a group of really great contractors, the NSF NCAR, which has been discussed already, University of Utah, the Utah Climate Center at Utah State University, as well as Heritage Environmental and University of Wisconsin to do their trace chemistry analysis as well. And the overall goal for Snowscape is coming up this winter, a huge field campaign. We plan to have very high resolution precipitation data, LiDAR and radiometer data. So we're looking at the liquid water in the cloud, but we're also trying to figure out what particles are in the cloud and can we see some of that phase change pre and post seeding. We're also committing to learning a lot about our aerosols. So Salt Lake City has a very complex aerosol. We talked about that briefly. But in order for us to understand and model the evaluations better, we need to calibrate these models. So a lot of this data is for the calibration of the WRF WeatherMod model, which is licensed by NCAR, and then the WRF Hydro model. So WRF WeatherMod's going to generate a snowpack for us. And then that data is going to get fed into WRF Hydro, and we're going to look at volumes of water production. So actually, Wyoming was the first one to do something like this, look at a snowpack and put it into the WRF Hydro and try to get these volumes out of it. We're also looking at snowpack hydrology. I think this is something that we miss a lot in the weather modification world. Not all increases are the same. A 10% increase in January is great, but a 10% increase in April where we can clean up some of the snow. If you have dust on snow and it decreases the albedo, you're going to have runoff occurring earlier. If we could increase the albedo by putting a fresh pack of snow over that dust on snow, then it delays that runoff weeks, and that could really increase the runoff efficiency. So that's going to be a really interesting part of this project as well. We're also looking at program optimization. Are we making the right choices with placement of our generators? Are we making the right choices with our tracks when it comes to aircraft or drones? And then, of course, Pat and Ross will be doing the environmental impact study. So what's ahead for 2026 in Utah? We are committed to the remotely operated ground program. This is our bread and butter. This is our history. So we're going to be turning every manual generator into a remotely operated generator. Again, this is going to streamline our process, Our operational meteorologists won't have to make those phone calls. And sometimes those landowners might not want to go outside when it's snowing 3 to 4 inches an hour. So this will really increase our efficiency as well. We're going to get better dispersion, impacting larger areas. But then we're also going to create a stakeholder version of our GeoBrowser, which will allow folks from the state or the local sponsors to view cloud seeding operations in real time. What generators are turned on? How long have they been running for? Where's the aircraft? Where's the drones? So we really want to increase the transparency of our program. We're also working in collaboration with the state of Idaho on a Bear River program. 60% of inflows into the Great Salt Lake are generated from the Bear River. So this is very important to the state of Utah. But really, the ultimate goal here is to test the efficacy of drones for cloud seeding operations, and that's a legislative mandate. So we're going to be doing cloud seeding with drones in the Bear River Basin. The private operator is going to be self-funding a radar up there that's going to help with the evaluation process. And then Idaho is going to be funding a third-party evaluation process as well. And we're also very committed to a stronger Colorado River Basin program. Being on the backside of the Wasatch, maybe that area gets ignored a little bit too much, but not anymore. We're going to really focus on the Colorado River program, increase the remotely operated generators there, have automated reporting, and then we're going to fund a drone program in the Camas Valley, which is where we call the heartbeat of water resources in Utah. A lot of the rivers that flow throughout the state of Utah are right there in the Camas Valley. Real brief on funding, you can see things have changed over the last few years. Prior to the Great Salt Lake hitting the lowest record on level in 2022, the state just provided a cost share to program sponsors, which are local groundwater district agencies. So the budget from the state was roughly $350,000, and then we were also getting $350K from local input. And then the lower basin states were providing us anywhere from $200,000 to $250,000, although we were able to tap into a little bit more. So for a long time, the lower basin states were funding extensions of our seasons pre like December 1 and then post April 1st. Now we're streamlining all of that and tapping into more resources to better our Colorado River program. Once the Great Salt Lake hit those low levels, our budget went from $350,000 to $5 million ongoing, with a $12 million one-time fund to help us kind of modernize our program, because some of these generators that were out in people's backyards were over 50 years old. So we really decided to let's invest into the infrastructure, bring new science to the table as well, conduct better evaluations. Dr. Frentz covered a lot of the evaluations. Target and control methods have really been the primary method for evaluating, but there's a lot of challenges there. One, we're seeing program expansion, so we're tapping into some of these control areas, and now those are being seeded. We've also have gone over 30 years in cloud seeding in some areas in Utah, so we can't do a pre and post climatological assessment. But over the years, we've shown roughly a 6 to 12% increase in snowpack. There's been studies done by the Division of Water Resources showing an increase of 200,000 acre feet a year of additional stream flow. Now, of course, we have challenges. Doing SNOTEL observations, it's a point measurement trying to represent such a large area. We also have snow redistribution that could be an issue. And we talked about the snowpack, albedo changes, and the limited instrumentation. So there's a lot of challenges, but there's ways to overcome that. And one is the WRF weather mod, which we talked about, trying to model these impacts with better tools, have better calibration by doing the snowscape research, ingest that data into WRF Hydro and create volumes of precipitation that are being turned into water supply. Instrumentation, doing this gap radar project, bringing K-band vertically pointed radars, radiometers, ceilometers, bringing all this instrumentation can really help with the evaluation process as well. So this is the radiometer install in the Cache Valley that we did last August. So cost per acre foot, that's always a great question we have. Pre-2023, when we were budgeted for about $350K, we were producing about an acre foot of water for anywhere $1.62 upwards to maybe $3. Now, of course, we have an increased budget. Let's assume that our budget hasn't produced any new water. We're still sitting around $27 per acre foot. So very affordable, especially when compared to things like desalinization and water reuse, though those certainly have their cases here. Before I end, I just want to bring something up that Pat mentioned is the whole idea of robbing Peter to pay Paul. This is always a question I get at meetings like this. So when you look at a cloud system that's moving over a mountain range, typically that cloud is precipitating only about 9% of all the moisture in the cloud. So if you increase that 9% by 10%, now you're 9.9%. There's still plenty of moisture to go around. And the other thing I don't think we really covered that well is the dynamical response to cloud seeding. When you change phase from water vapor to a liquid droplet and then liquid droplet to an ice crystal, you actually release heat into the cloud, and that can actually allow clouds to grow more robust and last longer. So a 2014 study by Tom DeFelice kind of brought all these different extra area benefit studies together and actually showed that we're increasing precipitation downwind, not robbing Peter to pay Paul. So I just want to make sure that was something I think we all missed, and I wanted to make sure it was covered, but I will send it back over to Barry.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Jennings. Well, that concludes our remarks, our prepared remarks, and we'd be happy to take any questions that you might have, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you all gentlemen for being here. I appreciate your work, your research. Full transparency, I'm one of the cloud seeding skeptics in the legislature. Just don't know a lot about it. You know, you're appropriating money, can't really see cost benefit. You know, it's a lot of monetary intervention without really any measurable results. So we're trying to be good stewards of the taxpayer money. And not to take away all due respect for what you guys do. You know, and I'm still kind of on the fence a little bit here on whether it is even the proper role of government to intervene in this. Is it more of a market-driven solutions for water scarcity? I know the federal government's kind of dropped the ball on spending any more money on it, and probably a good thing they have. They're $37 trillion in debt and a lot of boondoggles that we're all paying for in devalued currency and interest payments on that debt for the citizens. So I learned a lot here today. Your reports were fantastic. I'm making more of a comment than anything, trying to figure out what our role is in this as a state legislature and whether that's the right thing to do according to our duties as we go forward. So thank you very much for all of your testimony here today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do you have a response to that?
Response to that? Mr. Chairman, our goal here obviously was to educate. You know, and I think a lot of times folks hear things and conspiracy theories, one thing or another. We just wanted to educate so that you can make an informed decision, and that's the most important thing.
Okay, thank you. Are there any more questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You spent a lot of time on silver iodide. There's 3 other compounds in this cocktail that you put in our clouds. What is involved in those? I look up Google and it says that silver iodide is toxic.
Yeah, I'm going to
The
defer to
cumulative
Rob.
effect is what we're worried about more than anything, I think. Thank you.
Ross, did you hear that?
Yeah. So for silver, it's toxic to single-celled organisms if they're exposed to the silver Ag plus ion, which is not really stable in water. But if you were to have a burn, you would have silver nitrate cream put on your hand to try and help, to kill microbes. For fish and aquatic organisms, it's primarily gills, and it can sort of bind to the gills and block some of the ion transport in the gills, but in a lab setting. But in reality, in the environment, there are other competing chemical processes and reactions that kind of decrease the amount of silver, of that binding silver that you can possibly get. It varies from water to water. To have more organic material in the water, then the silver is less. There's less silver as a silver ion, but also many of the other chemical species that we normally find in water, in natural water, prevent it getting to that kind of, that a high concentration. So it's very difficult. It's nearly impossible, to be honest, unless it's like a acid mining leachate or something like that. It's just nearly impossible to have sustain any silver ion possible. So in theory, Ag plus is toxic. So just that silver ion is toxic to some organisms, but in the natural environment, it can't really exist like that. For a human being, you could consume as much silver, and some people have, as much silver nanoparticles to the point where one day you'll turn blue, like a Smurf, but you'll still be alive. It won't kill you, just disfigure you. Then in terms of the other compounds, and that's interesting to bring up, there are other compounds in some of the seeding solutions. So one of the ones which you're probably interested in is the paradichlorobenzene. So that's the material that you used to find in mothballs, and it's still found in urinal cakes for the men. And so what I calculate for Wyoming is so if the average emissions of silver over the last 15 years, maybe about 35 kilograms for the entire state everywhere over a period of time. The worst case scenario for the paradichlorobenzene would be about 120 grams per year. So that's less than a urinal cake that you'd be exposed to in a men's bathroom. Way less. The other one that might be of concern is sodium perchlorate. So that's an oxidizer which heats up increases the temperature of the flame. It also provides some chloride ions for as part of the reaction. In the worst case possible scenario that I can calculate, you would end up with about 6 kilograms spread out over the entire state again per year over a period of time. And that's way less than a 4th of July fireworks, because it's in fireworks as well. Any of those sort of things that we let off, same stuff. Ammonium iodate is the only other really solution, other part of the solution that I know of, at least apart from acetone and propane. My worst case scenario for that is about 200 grams, and it's you wouldn't be able, it's spread out over the entire state, over all the target areas in the state over a year. So they're kind of inconsequential. For the first case, for the paradichlorobenzene, again, there's more of that in probably the men's room. You'd see then you'd be exposed to that than you'd ever be exposed to in the environments from the cloud seeding. Does that answer your question?
Yes, Chairman. Yeah, I think so.
Thank you.
I'm more worried about the cumulative effect over if we do this for 100 years. Is where are we at?
So for my calculations, it's like and I would say this. I do care about. I really care about the environment, and everything and all the biosphere and the organisms and everything else. But in this case, it's it's impossible. The amount this very small amount that's being put out and dispersed over large areas. It's not possible to change anything in the environment. It's already there. So it's already there in the soil naturally. It's already there in the water. It's not enough. Even so, my calculations 10,000 years to double what's you could find in the soil, but it's not even realistic because for one, not all the silver land, some of it keeps continuing, it disperses over larger and larger areas, and we'll never be able to detect that. And then there's silver coming in as dust anyway, and then there is erosion. So if the land was just perfectly still and nothing really happened except for cloud seeding for 10,000 years, you might be able to double the amount of silver in the surface. But and that's not even realistic. So if we would really know what the real deposition rate was just over that target area, we'd find it's probably 20% that, right? So then we're talking like 30,000 years or more. I don't know. Just a very small amount of material is needed.
Yes, Representative Davis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You had a couple of interesting facts there. Director, you said our cost per acre foot was approximately how much?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Davis, looking at our most recent study, in the Medicine Bow Sierra Madres, cost per acre foot, the ensemble mean was $59.99. That was the precipitation seeding effect. The streamflow seeding effect for additional 6,900 acre feet, cost per acre foot was $81.87. The range was 56 to 124. On cost per acre foot on the seeding effect in the Medicine Bow Sierra Madres. Our previous research study in the WWMPP that was conducted over the 9 years, that showed a lower amount, but this was a much more robust study, because one of the things that you need to know is when we did that original pilot program, and it was a randomized statistical design, as was mentioned, out of that, and there was a lot of concern about, well, are we making a difference? And then that's when Snowy came about, the physical evidence, the holy grail everybody was looking for. But the question, and the dynamics changed, because the discussion was not, does it work? I mean, we got past that with the Snowy project, building on the Wyoming project. So we had the physical evidence, the holy grail everybody had been looking for. The dynamics changed, and the questions became, well, okay, it works, it's in the peer-reviewed journal article, but does it make sense? Is it an investment Wyoming should make? How much bang for the buck are we getting? Bingo. And so to that end, the Wyoming legislature several years ago funded a study. It was a $300,000 study to come up with this hydrologic assessment, looking at 1 year actual data with our aircraft against the cost of the program, but actually looking at all the information that we had gathered and so forth for that year of seeding and putting it against the cost and the additional gain. And they did much more robust modeling. So before they used what they call the VIC model and the WWMPP, whereas this was the WRF Hydro that Mr. Jennings mentioned, much more robust, designed by NCAR, building on the WRF weather modules and so forth. And to that end, we feel really comfortable with those new results, but it was a $300,000 study because the legislature had asked, does it make sense? Should the state continue in this? Is it a good investment? And so we did that study, and those are the numbers that came out of it.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
So if we're between 56 and 124, and you're down at $27 per acre foot, is that due to the amount of machines that you have in place as opposed to the 13 that we have in place?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Davis, yes, we have a much more robust system right now. A lot of our generators are more tightly knitted, compact together, but also that was based on the older statistical evaluation. So during our Snowscape research project, we anticipate that our numbers are going to come closer to what is being shown here in Wyoming.
One more follow-up, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
And then, so the results of these increased in moisture, we have to have what to hold that moisture. What do we need to captivate that? Reservoirs, right? So you in Utah have quite a few more reservoirs in that area than we do in Wyoming. Is that correct?
I'm not completely familiar with the geography here, but based on my assessment of driving here, yes, that's likely the case. Yeah, but you still divert quite a bit of water out of the rivers. So yeah, and of course, we have a terminal lake that we have to take care of as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a question for Mr. Jennings. I was doing a little research before we got here, and actually I found one of your quotes. And it says here, it was about the effects downstream, are you robbing Peter to pay Paul, so to speak? And you address that here at the end of your presentation, but you were quoted here saying that the question was, does cloud seeding in one area decrease precipitation in other areas? And you said, because it's happening in a localized manner or not having large scale impacts. If you look at precipitation maps you're not seeing much of a difference in terms of overall statewide or region-wide type changes. So what is not much of a difference?
10%.
And is it enough, to kind of mess with the farmer down the road? Maybe not much of a difference doesn't give him enough water to grow his crops. Is it?
Yeah, so basically what I was trying to describe there, and this is during my time in Texas, is over a climatological period, which is 30 years, you look at these maps and you get lines of precipitation. So in Texas, you have a pretty high gradient of precipitation from east to west. So for example, San Antonio gets about 30 inches of rain, but then you go about 150 miles to the west in San Angelo and they get about 20 inches of rain, and then just 50 miles west of there in Big Lake, it's about 15 inches. So the idea is thinking that if you have a 20-inch line that sits right on the 100th meridian, you might be able to see some type of nose where the cloud seeding programs are existing, because in Texas, it's primarily a West Texas issue, that you might see some big changes in that precipitation nudge, but we never have really seen that. And one of the challenges is natural variability. So cloud seeding, and this is pre-snowy, the impacts of cloud seeding from a statistical manner have never really went beyond that natural variability. And that's why it is very important to do studies like Snowy and now Snowscape to try to connect the statistical evidence, the theory with actual physical evidence, and then high resolution data as well that we're collecting with instrumentation. But like I said, the robbing Peter to pay Paul, we actually had a county in Texas, Coke County. They resided just to the northeast of our target area. And storms typically drive from the southwest to the northeast. They knew they were receiving benefit whether they participated or not, so they decided to no longer participate. So they trusted the cloud seeding program was going to impact them whether they paid or not. So they left the program. Yeah, it's a minimal impact, of course, but over the period of 10 years, it increases precipitation by additional year if the 10% number is about right. In 2011, Texas had the worst one-year drought on record, and the director of water utilities from the city of San Angelo said, had it not been for the long-term investment of the cloud seeding program, the city would have run out of water. So that's something we should reiterate too, is this is a long-term water management tool. The impacts year to year are going to be felt minimally, but over a decade, 15, 20 years, those impacts will have a lasting effect.
Follow up?
Sure.
Because the people I talk to, I mean, they're all over the map with this. Some shrug their shoulders, say, I don't know if it helps or not. Some say, I don't believe it helps. Others are saying, I'm losing moisture because of it. I think what I heard today from you four folks, experts, is that, you know, in no uncertain terms, you think this is helpful. You think this is a benefit to the country, to the farmers, to the agriculture community, to the land itself. And you're pretty solid on that.
It's my career.
Yeah.
So yes, I'm very solid on it. But not just that, but I've been in operations and policy now for 15 years in the cloud seeding industry. And I've run into a lot of skeptics who simply just don't understand the science, but when you try to break it down for them in more simpler terms, they start to say, oh, okay, that starts to make sense. And even to some of the conspiracy theorists that are out there who misidentify cloud seeding, once you explain the differences of some of their ideas with chemtrails versus what we're seeing with the cloud seeding program, they immediately turn into supporters and say, yes, water is important. We don't care how much it costs. Get us water. And that's the same in Texas as it is in Utah, as well as my travels throughout Idaho and now Wyoming.
Yeah. One last question, Mr. Chairman. So again, in no uncertain terms, you guys all believe this absolutely works. It's absolutely worth the benefit. And you're certain that you're not robbing Peter to pay Paul. Somebody's not suffering down the road because of this act. You guys are confident, solid in those yes answers?
In my personal opinion, yes, 100%. Now, of course, we have more work to do in terms of proving that scientifically, and that's where University of Wyoming, University of Utah, and some of these other academic institutions alongside the National Center for Atmospheric Research. They have their work cut out for them to help us be able to have more confidence in saying that.
And even though there's no natural baseline to work from, to measure this from, meaning what Mother Nature would produce on her own.
I think we're moving beyond that now. We have, since Snowy, shown that without a matter of doubt that yes, it indeed works. The issue we have now is we have to try to figure out by how much. And that is the basis of the snowscape research in Utah. And I do know that there's a follow-up study that's going to be happening, or hopefully happening based on funding, that will look at that as well with extension of the Snowy program. So we're getting to a point, I think, within the next 3 to 5 years, we're going to be able to come here and say, we created a range, X amount of snow, that led to X amount of water for your state. And we're going to be able to do that with a very high level of confidence. And maybe, Jeff, you differ in that opinion, but I'll allow you to respond to that.
Yeah, I'm much more cautious about how I would frame this. We certainly know a lot more about cloud seeding. We've demonstrated that there are conditions under which it works. I think the big challenge for us is really getting our arms around the constraints of the environmental constraints that will dictate the conditions in which it works well, its efficiency, versus the conditions in which it will have little to no impact. And conditions over mountain ranges vary from mountain range to mountain range, across the state, across all of the Intermountain West, right? The physics is the same, but the environmental conditions change. On a given case basis, I think I would say with some degree of certainty, because I have a paper coming out about this, that there is extra area effects. Sometimes can be positive and sometimes can be negative on a case-by-case basis. I think the question that you should be asking, and maybe this is the question that you are asking, is in the long range, over the course of a season, are there significant extra area effects that are really going to have an impact on people, positive or negative, right? And that's a difficult question to answer. We've been struggling for 50 years to see whether or not we can make an impact on the area that we're trying to target. Mm-hmm. Asking the question of what the impact is on the area outside of that target it's a challenging question. And we should be putting resources towards answering that question beyond a yes or no, but to a real quantification. And I think we're getting there. And from what I've seen and from what I've learned in the research that I've been involved with over the last dozen to 2 dozen years, I would say the impact is small. And there's lots of reasons to believe that the impact should be small. Everything from the amount of silver iodide that goes into the area to the length of time a water vapor molecule actually exists in the atmosphere. There's a lot of cycling of water vapor molecules into the atmosphere, et cetera. But I'm very cautious about making absolute statements about this is absolutely this or this is absolutely that. I mean, that's the nature of being a scientist, though, quite honestly. But I would say here and now, we are much more certain that we're having a positive impact than we were 5 years ago, and much more certain that we're having a positive impact than we were 10, 15, or 20 years ago. I think it's a policy decision as to whether, should state governments, federal governments, individual water authorities be spending money on it. And it's our job as scientists, as experts, to be able to provide you the best information possible so that you're in a position to make that decision.
Yes, go ahead.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe I missed it, but it seems we're doing this over mountain ranges. Let's say you're in Campbell County in the high desert. Does it work there? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator McCune. Short answer is yes, right? As long as your cloud conditions are such that you have super cold clouds that are composed of, or you have clouds that are composed of super cold liquid, right? If you put silver iodide into those clouds, the exact same physical processes are going to happen. The reason that we target mountain ranges is because clouds are repeatable and they're predictable. And we want them, generally speaking, when we're talking about increasing water supplies, to drop their snowpack in areas that we actually utilize for water supplies in the long run. So, but short answer is yes, we can see the cloud that is in the sky over a flat plain. And in fact, there's a group in Switzerland that's doing just that, and they're doing it specifically to better understand cloud physics, not necessarily for producing precipitation.
And are the clouds in the mountains in the area you're doing it, actually, are there more of them or better clouds than over the plains?
There's more clouds, right? So just the fact that, the mountain exists, it forces the air to go up and over. As air rises, it cools, a cloud forms. So that's why there's more clouds there, they're predictable, and they're targetable. A cloud that forms over a high plains, generally it could form here, it could form here, it can form here. They're not driven by the topography, they're driven by other things in the atmosphere, and they have a much greater variability associated with them. So they would be generally much, much harder to target.
Thank you.
Yes, Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you guys for being here. I'm sure you know what I'm going to say. I, like Representative Johnson, have concerns about the cumulative effect on plants, the soil, the wildlife. So for years and years, decades, domestic sheep have been the blame for the problem with the bighorn sheep, respiratory issues in the bighorn sheep in the Wind Rivers. And I think it was all a farce, because for 20 years there haven't been sheep on those allotments, because those were our allotments. And the bighorn population still hasn't revived itself. So when I see this and there are these targeted areas, and I realize that bighorn sheep don't really migrate a lot, and they're stuck in these areas where this cloud seeding is happening, and they're still having respiratory issues, still dying off. They use snow for hydration. That's my worry. So when we're looking at this, when you're having these bighorn sheep that are dying off, are we testing for this? Are we testing to see with these respiratory issues, whether it's coming from the chemicals that are in these cloud seeding programs? Thank you.
No, not that I'm aware of. We've looked at a few reports from Wyoming Game and Fish, I believe, about the population you're talking about, and I think that they're attributing those respiratory issues to too low amounts of selenium in their summer forage. That's what I've read, but in terms of cloud seeding, it hasn't been researched. The issue hasn't really ever come up before, and I believe that the population that you're also referring to isn't in a target area. I don't know for sure, but I'm not aware of any research that's been done.
Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, and thank all of you. It's so good to hear the different issues, the different background and information. And as far as Pennsylvania, go. Yeah, good for you. Okay, I have about 20 questions. So what I'm going to do is just make a comment and then just ask a couple, and I'll try to keep it. First off, few years ago, I took a class on climatology, and one of the things that we did a lot of was NASA simulation at that time, and it was simulation after simulation after simulation after simulation, and it was impossible to integrate variables that happen, like here now. We've been in drought, we're dry, we have all these fires. It puts the weight onto the droplets, and so we're getting lots of rain. Okay, in these simulations, that never happens. That never happens. So what I'm wondering is as we look to control the weather and to control things, who says what state or what county or what area gets these? Like we've seen there in the Sierras, there is more going on than there is the Wind Rivers, even though there's more there. Okay, so that's a choice. So who decides? I was watching a thing where there was a gentleman with a company called Rainmaker, and he said that, we're doing it and we're being successful. Okay, but he's hired. He said this needs to really be controlled because you can make and break a county, a state, a country. And so these things need to go. Also, it has been my understanding of climate that we don't create more liquid. I mean, there's the cycle. And so what you're doing is you're taking a form of that and you're making it into a different form, whether it's evaporation or making it condensation or freezing it. Because when you said about you're freezing some of it and then the water is evaporating, I thought, where's the heat coming from if it's freezing up there? So you explained some of that. But what I'm wondering about is how long are we going to, I mean, these are great projects and great hobbies and great information. But how long are we going to look into this stuff? I don't believe that it can be successful for a country. As the wind comes here mostly from the west and goes to the East Coast, we rely on that snowpack for irrigation. The people in the east rely on rainfall or they don't get anything. Are we therefore going to be inadvertently manipulating their weather conditions and what happens there? And so those are just some of the things, and if any comments, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottman. One comment on the very last point that you made. So water vapor molecules in the atmosphere have a residence time of on the order of 24 to 36 hours, particularly low in the atmosphere. So if you think of a single water vapor molecule in the atmosphere, it'll enter the atmosphere. If it stays in the lower part of the atmosphere, it will come out of the atmosphere in one way or another within about 24 hours. And it will be replaced by another water vapor molecule in the atmosphere. So in thinking of long range effects, okay, water vapor cycling occurs at scales much faster than what the impact would be by having additional precipitation removed from the atmosphere at some point upstream. So I just wanted to make that clarification. Does that make sense, that explanation? Water vapor molecules are being cycled through the atmosphere all of the time, deposited on the surface, enter back into the atmosphere, et cetera. Yes.
Thank you. Just, okay, to go along
Yeah.
with that then, because water vapor, what we're doing is we're grabbing it out of the atmosphere to use it here, okay? If not, it would keep passing, right? It would not develop.
No, it would cycle out of the atmosphere. A single vapor molecule that passes over a mountain in Wyoming, even if it doesn't fall out of precipitation, would cycle out of the atmosphere long before it reached the East Coast on average because of the residence time of water vapor in the atmosphere and the cycling.
Through evaporation or other methods.
Other methods of precipitation and deposition. Water vapor, a single vapor molecule does not stay in the atmosphere for long periods of time. So to think, right, that if it doesn't precip here, that vapor molecule is available to precipitate thousands of miles downstream does not fit into our understanding of the water cycle and the cycling of water through the atmosphere and through the Earth system.
Just, okay,
Yes.
good. So coming up over the winds, right? We came from
Okay.
Utah, we're coming up over the winds.
Yeah.
And we can either split to Laramie or split and go this way,
Okay.
whatever, because this is my house. But nevertheless, so what you're saying is whatever is created, precipitated, or whatever that comes up over the winds is going to come either in the form of snow or precipitation right away. I mean, it travels, those clouds travel, and they travel clear over to the southeastern part of the state.
Okay, let's see. So the single cloud, the drops in those clouds are constantly going, the molecules are constantly going back and forth between vapor states and condensed states in the clouds, right? So a single cloud is evaporating, clouds are reforming, other droplets are condensing on them. They don't stay a single entity as they pass miles and hundreds of miles, when we're talking hundreds of miles or thousands of miles downstream. They don't stay as single entities in that fashion. The molecules are actually cycling through this. I don't know how to describe, I'm sorry, I'm not doing a very good job of describing this clearly, so.
Representative Ottman, I could try to take a stab at this. So let's start in Utah. You have winds that are flowing perpendicular to our mountain ranges, and you have uplift, so the atmosphere cools, you have condensation occurring on these particles, they fall out as precipitation. That's only 9% of the total cloud. So there's plenty of moisture still readily available. So what happens is it goes over the crest of the cloud, and you might get some evaporation taking place. You have descending atmosphere. So a lot of things start happening beyond that. But then that 91% of moisture that hasn't been precipitated might hit the next mountain range, and you have uplift, condensation occurring. But during this whole time, we have to remember the atmosphere is an open source. So moisture could be advecting or moving in from other regions that wasn't tapped in back in the Wasatch Mountains of Utah. So for example, in Texas, you could get a lot of Pacific moisture in far west Texas that upglides over the Davis Mountains and creates rain. And some of that moisture will go to west central Texas and evaporate out because it's very dry. But then all of a sudden you get beyond the dry line, and now you're tapping into Gulf moisture. So there's all these different sources of moisture out there. And some of that here could be fed from the Northwest Pacific. So connecting synoptic scale or large scale weather phenomena to what's happening in a mesoscale or even a micro scale is what we're talking about, is really hard to connect that. So where we're working in very micro scale, localized areas, we're having no impact on the large scale synoptic, which is primarily the driver of our weather. Does that help a little bit? Great.
Okay, are there any more questions? Yes, Representative.
So I asked those couple of pointed questions. I got two of you to answer. I'd like to hear from the other two, Mr. Lawrence and Mr. Golden, what your thoughts are on those two questions.
Mr. Chairman, I assume you're referring to, does it work? Do I firmly believe that it works? I will say, and what has already been spoken here, especially with Dr. French, they're advisory to the state. And as that started, and when the program started, our director was skeptical, very skeptical about this. And he came to me early on. He said, well, what if our study comes out and says it didn't work? And I told him, well, then it doesn't work. And he said, good answer. And that is the tenement and the background from which we're working. That, we're cautiously optimistic, but we're skeptical, ultimate science, and use the University of Wyoming and that expertise that we have there, 50 years of research and expertise. But I will say, and as mentioned here, the dialogue has changed, and the advances, as mentioned by these individuals, especially Mr. Jennings and our advisor, what I've seen in the last 20 years, my career in this environment, the leaps and bounds and what has happened, we're not there yet. No, we're not. But we've come a long ways from where we used to be 20 years ago. And Wyoming has a lot to be proud of here. They really do, to help further the science along, to get to the answers that you're asking about. And that's what I would say to that.
Okay.
I need to admit that I'm a wildlife and fisheries biologist, and until I got involved with the weather mod program here in Wyoming, I knew nothing about it.
Well, you're my kind of guy.
Yeah.
And fisheries, so, yeah.
So, but I've spent the last decade and a half surrounded by some very smart meteorologists and scientists, and so I've learned a lot along the way, and I do believe that it works, but as these guys mentioned, I think there's just a lot more work to do, and ultimately we need to understand what the output is and how, what ends up in your streams.
Okay. And can
Go
I
ahead.
finish up, Mr. Chairman? Thank you. And the reason I asked this, and I was kind of the one that kind of poked a stick in your eye last year during session and got this whole thing rolling kind of, but all for good reason. But since that time, I've spent a lot of time talking to people from all walks of life. And I kind of see a storm brewing in the horizon with all of this, over some of the comments I made about some ranchers believe that they obviously think this thing works, but they're not getting the water they need because of it. Do you guys have any concerns over that?
Are you speaking to the idea of robbing Peter to pay Paul?
Yes.
Is that what you mean? Yeah, so, I spoke about again earlier, a cloud is precipitating only 9% of that moisture. So if we're able to grab 10% of that, we're now at 9.9%. So there's plenty of available precipitation out there. Unfortunately, we're going through a 30-year drought that it seems like we just can't get out of.
And this isn't fixing it.
And it's either feast or famine in most cases, especially nowadays. But I would really push you to look at the 2014 study by Tom DeFelice, which looks over a lot of the different ideas of extra area benefit. Give that a good read and understand some of the science that has come out of Utah, Wyoming, Idaho, that looked at the extra area benefits of seeding. In terms of like the physics, the release of latent heat in the cloud, just think about a hot air balloon. You put a little bit more heat into a hot air balloon, it allows it to grow more robust and last longer. That's going to happen with our clouds as well. Now, I think the most recent study, which probably just published a month ago or so looks at the dynamical response of cloud seeding. It's not in, it's in review. So there is some information that's forthcoming that will show the dynamical response that we're seeing in cloud seeding in terms of the release of heat in clouds. So I would just point them in our direction, and we will be more than happy to discuss it with them. And I think we could show without a shadow of doubt that that's not what's happening.
All right. The doctor seems a lot more skeptical or a little more cautious.
I'm always cautious.
All right, thank you.
I'm an operator. Water managers, when they fund cloud seeding programs, they expect you to work. And if we're operating, we still have constraints that we work with, but in that gray area, we're gonna work. So a little bit different idea.
All right, thank you. Chairman.
Okay, are there any more questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you for being here and for your presentations. So we'll next item on the agenda, we want to open it up to the stakeholders, and I understand there's another. Folks, there is another side to this cloud seeding that we want to bring up and get some comment on. So these folks here are going to talk about it and inform us what they know about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, co-chairman, committee. I thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Tony Locke. I'm a resident here in Casper and a representative of House District 35 here in Casper as well. And let me make it clear, I'm really not talking specifically to cloud seeding as much as I'm talking to a broader and a bigger issue, in my opinion, which is geoengineering. And I want to speak to that. And I want to ask this body to take action against what, I'll probably use the wrong terms, but let's call it high altitude aerosol injection of chemicals and metals into the atmosphere over Wyoming. And that's what I'm kind of using in terms of geoengineering and what my concern is. I bring this up, and again, I ask this body to take action. There's a plethora of information out there for anybody who wants to know about this, whether it's real, whether it's not. It's kind of interesting. I'm glad somebody used the conspiracy theory word a couple of times. It's already been thrown out there, so let me make that clear. The information that's out there makes it very clear. It's out there in documentation, in video, from witnesses, from whistleblowers, patents that are out there publicly available for anybody who wants to look and how they're doing it. Interestingly enough, for the people who are in favor of engineering our weather, they're out there in TED Talks admitting that that's what they're trying to do out there. So you might call it a conspiracy, but I can tell you the theory part is gone from that word, just so you know. The information's there. There's no disputing that it's happening, and it's happening right here. Let me give you just one example of many that have happened over the last several months right here in Casper. One Saturday, starting earlier in the morning, but by about 12:30, there was 12 crisscross patterns across the sky. I'd seen planes going and leaving several of those, and it was a beautiful crisscross of patterns across our sky. By about 3:30, all of those big old those big old streams of whatever contents in them all merged together in a massive cloud haze that hung over Casper for the next several hours. So there's no question this is happening. That's just one of many examples of this is happening. And just think about that scenario. That isn't natural. That's not natural clouds. I don't believe any government or private organization should be able to drop pollutants on any of our citizens without informed consent. Okay, and currently they do not have informed consent. Yet at this time, they're currently doing this covertly over our skies here in Wyoming, and I'm focusing on Wyoming at this moment. Okay, I think personally it's a responsibility of the legislature. One of the responsibilities of the legislature is to provide for the safety of our citizens. okay? You're going to hear a lot of reasons why you shouldn't take up action here, whether it's today or other times. You're going to hear things like, we don't own the skies. We can't do anything about it. Federal government controls that. We don't have anything we can do about it. I'm going to ask this committee who has this before them today to resist these excuses and quite honestly take action and ask yourself maybe a better question. Should we be focusing on our state sovereignty, protecting our people, our resources, setting expectations, and quite honestly implementing policy that we aren't going to tolerate this in the absence of knowing what they're doing and in the absence of informed consent of our public? So I guess at this point, I just want to ask this committee to take this issue seriously. The information's out there, the data's out there. You're going to hear people much smarter than me. I'm not one of the experts here, but I just ask you to take it seriously and realize I think it is our responsibility to protect our citizens, our state, and the resources that are under these skies and make sure we're doing the right thing for those folks. I thank you for the time to speak, Mr. Chairman and committee, and I stand for questions, and I really appreciate this opportunity.
Thank you. Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Locke, it's good to see you. Thank you. Are we talking about cloud seeding as we're talking about this? Because I've seen those chemtrails or whatever. Are we talking about the same thing, or what exactly are you referring to?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Ottman. I am not speaking specifically to the cloud seeding, so I am not the expert here, but my understanding is the cloud seeding that they're doing to clouds at a local level to try to get rain at a local level, that's a different issue. I am talking about, it gets referred to in many different ways. Some people refer to it as stratospherical injection of chemicals and metal, but it's the much higher geoengineering that you're seeing when you see the streaks across the sky that later turn into the clouds over the sky. It is not the same thing. Admittedly, I am talking to this different and what I consider to be, quite honestly, a much more dangerous issue that I think we need to take seriously. Thank you.
Yeah, Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Locke, for being here. Part of my question is, so under the Trump administration, that administration has said unequivocally that chemtrails are not real and refutes what you're saying, right? And so I guess my question to you is, what have been your conversations with the Trump administration in terms of this conflicting information? What should we do as a state in pushing up against the Trump administration?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Provenza, I'm not going to tell you that I'm the expert on that, nor have I had any conversations with the Trump administration. And I have actually heard the administration say both sides. I have heard some parts of the administration say it's not real, and other parts say that it's an issue for us to look at. That being said, I have not dove deep, nor am I the expert. But I can tell you that the documentation, again, not having dove as deep as many who will speak here today, but the documentation on and the patents and things on what they're actually spraying in the aerosol and things, they are very dangerous items, and I'm really just bringing this up for us here in Wyoming to say, let's take a look at this and let's make sure, A, we understand what's being sprayed in our skies, and we understand what its impact is on our people before we continue to allow it. So I won't tell you I've done all my homework with the Trump administration, but thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Locke, would you then say that we should prohibit air travel? I mean, what do you want? What do you want this committee's action to be?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Provenza, this is not an air travel issue, really. The material that's being sprayed overhead is not typically going to be coming from your normal airplane is carrying folks. This is stuff that is being intentionally sprayed in the atmosphere. And if, for example, if you listen to you see some of the patents and you listen to some of the TED Talks, their objective in many cases is to spray these metals and some of these chemicals in an attempt to block the sun's rays. So this is, in my opinion, and I wouldn't profess to know exactly the right action we should take, but I would like us to start moving down the path of putting restrictions in place that at least get us understanding what are they spraying, and is that something we believe is appropriate to continue to allow in our state? So I can't tell you I have a bill. I think others have talked about that in much more detail than me, but I'm just asking this body to please take this issue serious and help us dive deep and see if we can find a solution. Let's find out what they're doing, and then let's make sure we understand it, and then make sure we make informed decisions on how to act against it, if that's the appropriate action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're saying they in terms of, so it's not the passenger aircrafts. Who is funding the flights that you're concerned about? Who's in control of that?
I'll probably have to let other experts talk to that. It is my understanding that there's government's components that are involved in that process. How many private organizations may or may not be involved in that, I do not know. So I probably should not answer that. I know there are people much more expert on that than I am. I would be out of school if I answered that in too much depth, but thank you.
Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Locke, for being here and sort of ringing the alarm bells on this. I think that's good. You made some specific comments on, our state sovereignty, protecting our citizens of the state. That's our job up here. That's, this is a little different than what we were just talking about, as you alluded to, from the cloud seeding, where it's a policy issue, but it kind of fits right in there too. I mean, how do we know? How do we understand what all's in, the silver iodides and all of that? We're pretty simple-minded up here in the legislature, and all of the experts need to fill us in on the details and how to understand that. But I just wanted to make a comment to thank you for taking the time out today and coming up and testifying, and maybe we'll get some policy out of this today. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just really want to make a comment on the contrails, and it's a bit off topic, I guess, but the fuel that's burned in jets today is so pure that what's being put in the sky is not coming from a jet engine. In fact, if the jet engine was putting out a contrail, the plane would be headed downward because the engine would be quitting. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anybody else have a question? Are there some other members of this panel that would like to speak? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee members, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today on the topic of cloud seeding and weather modification. My name is Jamie Locke, and I'm from Casper. While I'm not the weather expert either, I've lived long enough to witness stark changes in our skies, and what I see now is deeply disturbing. As a child, I remember clear blue skies and natural fluffy clouds. Today, we see unnatural white trails crisscrossing overhead, creating a grid that lingers for hours and spreads out in an ugly gray haze. This is a result of weather modification, and that's my focus for today. At the January Minerals Committee meeting, there was confusion between cloud seeding and geoengineering. Cloud seeding is a small-scale weather modification technique aimed at creating precipitation over specific targeted areas using silver iodide sprayed from aircraft or released from ground-based generators. According to the Government Accountability Office report in December of 2024, the benefits of cloud seeding remain unproven. The state of Wyoming funded a 6-year cloud seeding study between 2008 and 2014, which was mentioned before by the fellows before me, that showed only a 1.5% increase in annual precipitation. Yet despite over $15 million for the study, which showed minimal impact, the program continued for another 10 years and an additional $6.8 million in taxpayer expense. I do believe Arizona, Nevada, and California were states that weighed in on that and were part of the continuing for 10 years. In my opinion, this is a waste of taxpayer money for the impact that it makes. And so I believe it should be discontinued. But what's more concerning is the geoengineering. Geoengineering is the large-scale manipulation of our climate, often under the guise of slowing global warming. The military-industrial complex has been involved in this for over 70 years, with patents, programs, US documents that prove the US government's longstanding participation in these activities. It's online, it's documented, it's out there. These patents reveal the use of highly toxic, highly reflective chemicals such as aluminum, barium, strontium that are injected into the upper atmosphere in a process called stratospheric aerosol injection, with the sole purpose of reflecting or dimming the sun. High levels of aluminum are linked to neurological diseases such as MS, Alzheimer's, dementia, autism, and Parkinson's. Barium is associated with gastrointestinal disease and kidney failure. Radioactive strontium accumulates in the bones and teeth where it damages bone marrow, leading to serious health issues like bone cancer and leukemia. Children are especially vulnerable to this due to their developing teeth and bones. People often ask, why are they spraying? What are they spraying? Why? Who's responsible? But maybe the real question is, why aren't we being told the truth? Why are these operations being allowed to continue without our knowledge or consent? The fact is that megatons of poisons are polluting our skies every day. These covert operations are occurring without public knowledge or oversight, and anyone who dare to ask these questions are dismissed as conspiracy theorists. Yet with a little bit of research, you can find evidence everywhere. The videos of the white trails being turned on and off. This doesn't happen with a passenger aircraft. Images of planes equipped with spray nozzles and chemical tanks. Countless patents, over 150 patents I think I found out there, that are US government patents. And it's been happening for, I think the patents dated back into the 1800s. Countless patents and government documents. There's scientific testing out there and research, old newspaper articles, whistleblowers that have come forward. But the undeniable evidence is the grid of white trails and haze we see almost daily in the skies above us. It has been proposed that the legislature put forth a resolution, and I think there may be one out there. And while it's a good start, a resolution has no teeth. Over 30 states right now are pursuing legislation to ban geoengineering. If Wyoming joins them, it sends a clear message to the federal government: we do not tolerate this. Global climate modification programs are threatening all life on Earth. Our planet is becoming ravaged with forest fires, devastating floods, drought, and unprecedented 1,000-year storms. And these are increasing in intensity and frequency, while our fellow citizens are sicker than ever before. If we don't act now, what kind of world are we leaving for our children and our grandchildren? A resolution is a start, but it's not enough. I strongly urge this committee to introduce a bill or a couple of bills, if it's cloud seeding as one bill and geoengineering or weather pollution, polluting the Wyoming skies is a second bill. We need real action. We need to stop this before it's too late. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee? Okay, how about you, ma'am?
Okay. My name is Maria Chrysler. I am a clinical research scientist. I'm independent. I am paid by no one. I don't have an agenda other than I am Team Humanity. I am for the animals and the ecosystem. So there is no bias here. I own and operate an electron microscope. I do bright field microscopy. I do phase contrast microscopy. I'm an expert in hematology and microbiology. What I will tell you that I found does blend cloud seeding with geoengineering. It is possible to have a silver iodide ion exposed from silver iodide in the presence of sodium or other alkaline metals. What I don't like, well, thank you, Senator Pearson, for bringing up the bighorn sheep issue. And what I don't like is what's happening to the animals. I don't like that there has not been enough studies conducted on biology, on human biology, on the effects of silver iodide and other chemicals, cloud seeding, chemtrailing on humans, animals, and the ecosystem. What I found last year when I tested the Wyoming snow, again, I can do a positive elemental analysis where I can see very clearly what's falling from the sky. When I tested the Wyoming snow, silicon, nanoparticles, calcium, zirconium, sodium, magnesium, yttrium, which is a rare earth mineral called a lanthanide that is superconductive, along with bromine. I did several spot samples, found a great deal of platinum, which is also superconductive in the presence of silicon, strontium, and aluminum. This was all from 2 samples, tellurium and thallium. These are all lethal to cells. Any type of, about 5 years ago, I did a big speech in Las Vegas, and I did a presentation on nanoparticles. And yes, the bioaccumulation of nanoparticles cause cancer. Doesn't matter what kind they are, they cause cancer because they cause a very aggressive cytokine storm inflammatory response of a cell. They can enter a cell and they will cause DNA damage. That's true with sodium or with silver iodide as well. What I also wanted to stress is that the chemtrailing. This is obvious, I think, to everyone. You can't look up in the sky and think, you know, that any of this is natural, especially when you see a flat blanket of clouds over the top of Casper or any other place in Wyoming, and you see that it's blocking out the sun. Silicon nanoparticles are being spread. What I also don't like is that we have silver iodide in the cloud seeding. How does that react to what I'm finding in the snow? How does it react with the other nanoparticles? What happens in this soup, right? And I don't think that it is responsible to give any kind of blanket authorization for any kind of a program that's spraying any type of nanoparticles in conjunction with everything that's also being sprayed in our skies. I think it's completely irresponsible. We don't know how these things react together, but I can tell you that in the presence of sodium or other alkaline metals, that it will change the silver iodide. Okay. Silicone is the silicone nanoparticles that I found. They were in every sample. I've also found them in the blood, in the sweat, in the urine of human beings. Inflammatory responses, cytotoxicity, genotoxicity, organ toxicity, biodistribution. Bromine has a toxidrome effect affecting major organs such as liver, stomach, kidneys, lungs, and cancer. Tellurium causes environmental pollution with tellurium with a causative link to autoimmune disease and neurodegenerative and oncological diseases. Tin, I also found. Tin is another story. That's something different. We'll get into that maybe at another meeting. But strontium, yes, like Jamie was saying, strontium that is sprayed over the skies, it is collected in the bones, and especially with the children. So we do have reports of leukemia. I have different pathologists and doctors that report to me all the time. In Washington State, they're having a big problem with leukemia in children, and they do have heavy spraying there as well. So is it coming from cloud seeding? I don't know. Is it coming from the chemtrails, or is it coming from a combination of both? But I don't think a blanket authorization or funding for something when you don't even know what you're starting with makes much sense. I think those studies have to be done, and I also think that, and this is my opinion, my professional opinion, I also think that, as Jamie was saying, we do, as a state, have a responsibility to try to protect our skies, and I don't think it's enough to do nothing, just because the federal government might have jurisdiction. I think, and just so you all know, full disclosure, I am lead clinical investigator for the Global Wellness Forum, which was founded by Marla Maples, Sayer G from greenmedinfo.com, and Dr. Edward Group from Global Healing. And I am their lead researcher. So I have all of this information. I have countless presentations. I have imagery. I have examined the Florida fog samples, the North Carolina floodwaters. I have examined the soils in the northern Idaho areas where ranchers are having a hard time, farmers are having a hard time with their potatoes. All of this. I mean, I have a lot of information. So if you do have any questions about any of it, I'm happy to answer them and then provide reference materials for you.
Thank you, ma'am. Could you repeat your name for me, please?
Maria Chrysler, Crisler. I also have samples of blood and sweat and urine from human beings that match the same contaminants that fall from the sky that were in the Wyoming snow.
Thank you. Are there any questions for? Yes, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess, is this just a United States issue, or
No.
is this worldwide?
I work with people around the globe.
You see the same, so it was alluded that it was the US military that was involved in this, but if it's worldwide, I guess I'm a little confused at some of the.
USAID was one of the main funders. The Trump administration cut their funding. Many things happen behind the political scenes that the public isn't aware of. And there is a watchdog group for anti-geoengineering right now. I was one of the individuals that helped pass the Florida state anti-geoengineering ban. And it is global.
Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for being here, Maria. Just one quick question, since we're running low on time. Where was that snow sample that you gave all of the details on? Where was that taken from, just out of curiosity?
That was on top of the railing, on the very top of the railing in my backyard. On the very top, not contaminated, fresh snow. I use different incubators. Whenever I'm doing electron microscopy, a lot of times there are chemicals involved in the drying. I made sure that I wasn't using chemicals, and I used desiccator glass structures so that I can remove all of the oxygen and the sample stays safe, and then I can look at it under the electron microscope. Yeah.
Yes, Senator Craigo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just going to try to connect a few dots. Thank you for being here. Could you give us a rough idea where you live, at which mountain range you might live in, so that we know whether it's connected to one of our previous cloud seeding projects, which we're not doing anymore?
Right, so I just live on the east side I don't live in a mountain range. I just live on the east side of Casper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Sure.
Yes, Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. I have had questions about this for 5 years. Been asking my representatives, what are they spraying over us, right?
Now you know.
Do you agree that we, as the state of Wyoming, need to express that we do not consent? I think a lot of people think that because we support our military and the Department of Defense, and a lot of this goes back to that. That doesn't mean that we consent to this.
Right.
That does not mean that we consent to having these chemicals sprayed on us, that we consent to not having clean skies, clean soil, clean air. Would you agree with that?
100%. And the bigger issue that I see here, you know, we are a hunting state. We are a fishing state. We are a tourist state. We are allowing the federal government and private individuals, frankly, to come in here and destroy our entire ecosystem. If I say that nanoparticles cross the membranes of every single tissue in your body, what's it doing to the animals? What does it do to a single cell? It's not true that the particles only invade maybe a single cell organism. No, a nanoparticle crosses a red blood cell membrane, 100%. That's in the animals. They are as exposed. I work with veterinarians across the United States who also fill me in on the different types of tumors that they're getting out of their animals, and I look at these samples. I'm not a pathologist, I'm independent, but I know biology. So yeah, we have to stand up and do something.
Okay, well, any more questions? Yes, Chris. Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to ask kind of a similar question that I asked Representative Locke, that do we ban air travel above Wyoming from, you mentioned the federal government. What's the action that this committee needs to take, in your opinion, today?
No, that's a great question, and similar questions come up, right, in every single state where we are trying to work with the legislators to do something about this. And essentially where they start are very heavy fines to private agencies, individuals who are caught with the chemicals, with the chemtrails. You know, if some of these planes are leaving from Colorado or even Utah and surrounding states, obviously we have a problem, right, with tracking and things like that, but at least it's a deterrent and it's a start. So a lot of them started with very hefty fines and criminal charges. I believe the criminal charges bill is coming out of Florida. That one came out of Florida.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You talk about heavy fines. Who's the recipient of those heavy fines?
The state.
The state?
Yep.
There went the budget.
Senator Craigo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to follow up, you mentioned you helped on the Florida legislation, which I don't know anything about. I have not read the legislation, do not know what it says, even how it works. And so maybe you could give us a little brief overview of how that works. For example, because I think I'm having some of the same concerns, probably that all of us are having, is how do you actually, we can create all the, how do we enforce that? How do we enforce airplanes flying over? You mentioned it briefly. I mean, there's no point in us passing legislation that does nothing. So how do we actually get to the enforcement side of that, assuming we all agree on that this is happening and we want to do something about it? And I think a lot of us are uneducated. I'll speak for myself in particular. I don't know enough about it to, say yay, nay. But let's assume everything you're saying is correct. How do we get to the enforcement? You were part of the the team that worked on that legislation. Tell us a little bit about that, please.
One thing they did that was, I think, smart, right, was starting to impose the fines and then having, criminal charges. But what they didn't do is they set up a task force so that there are numbers. There's an 800 number into the state government through AG, I believe it was, where you could actually call and report sightings of the different chemtrails. I don't think that this is impossible. What I floated to them most recently was using air traffic control, which I know is already, bogged down and rudimentary in many ways with their technology. But even as a private citizen, I'm getting my pilot's license right now. not to go up and shoot other planes by any means or anything like that, but I know, I'm aware of the different programs that are out there where you can actually see flight patterns, and you can see where they take off. They all have to check in. They all have to log their, their start and finish, and then you can start to piece together where these things are coming from. And then hopefully work with interstate agencies to identify the planes, and then put together with the reports from the citizens. At least it's a start. And then we do have about 34 states now starting to adopt legislation. And then of those 34, I believe it was half to 3/4 of them that also included the cloud seeding, anti-cloud seeding with it, because again, we do not know what one particle does with another particle. All I can tell you is that individually, it's not good for biology. So that would be a start. And then I guess, I'm not the expert on that piece of it, but I did float that idea to them most recently. And I think that it probably has merit, right? Anybody can track anything anymore. The programs are there.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One last question. We see all these great big forest fires in Canada, Alaska, and stuff like that, and we're seeing the smoke down here. So what's your solution to airflow? I'm a little, if a volcano erupts somewhere, we see a reaction halfway around the other side of the world. So that's what I'm a little concerned. How do we address that issue?
100%. I mean, we can't protect what's coming downwind. I think the main idea is to be a deterrent to show the citizens in Wyoming that, the legislators are taking this up and doing everything that they can, and looking to other states to do the same. So, as the dominoes start to fall, I think then you see other citizens from other states really waking up to this and getting on board and pushing their legislative bodies to do the same. Nothing we can do about something coming out of China, a volcano erupting, obviously, or anything like that. But I mean, what happens if we don't? And something, God forbid, happens on an international scale, and then it floats downwind and we still have all of this garbage floating around. What then? I mean, we don't know what the interactions would be, right? So I think to do nothing is probably a bigger problem. Yeah.
Okay. Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question, and kind of a comment. So if we can come up with lots of reasons why slowing this down or stopping this may not be good or whatever, but isn't it so that this isn't like some monster under the bed? This is people with a certain size plane, with certain size tanks, with certain size employers or funding sources that they all need in order to do these actions. So that shouldn't be that difficult to track. And also the purchase of the chemicals as well. So while we can't stop the wind, we could certainly slow down the
pollution. Yeah, I get exactly what you're saying. And the thing is that if I can demonstrate the same contaminants in the blood and the sweat and the urine of human beings, they're getting to us somehow, right? I read all of the labels of everything that I eat, drink, I distill my water. Probably the cleanest person here in Casper. Based on what I see under the microscope, I'm a little bit paranoid. And this stuff is inside of me. So it's a problem.
Okay, seeing no more questions, I appreciate your time and being here with us.
Thank you.
Do you have something to add to it?
Yes, sir. First of all, my name's Brad Brooks. I'm the director for the City of Cheyenne Board of Public Utilities, and I thought I'd maybe just kind of bring us back to earth of just discussing about cloud seeding. I came up today, the city of Cheyenne, as you know, we have a big problem ahead of us for the state, not only on our side, but over on the green as well. But I thought I'd just share a little bit about my world and the things that I'm having to face right now because they deal with the cloud seeding issue. And I'll try to keep it safe because I know you're beyond your schedule. And again, I appreciate all you, each one of you do for our state. I've watched a lot of the meetings this last year and you guys put a lot of time and effort. So from me, thank you. But as you probably heard earlier from Mr. Brown and from Brandon, we have a serious event heading our way, and that is curtailment on the Colorado River. I'm sure that something is probably going to happen sooner than later. And for Cheyenne, that's in the magnitude of about 7,000 acre feet. We use about 14,000 acre feet a year, and 7,000 of that we'll lose if the water is curtailed. So for me, what I'm up against is I have 70,000+ people that we provide water to, and I've got to find additional water resources to make up for that shortfall if we can't collect out of the Little Snake drainage. So we are looking for water and things to do. And one of the things that is in our toolbox and has been for the last 8+ years is cloud seeding. And we have participated in that with the water development. We've spent almost $500,000 over those 8 years in participating. And I would just encourage you, I know a lot of the things that we just discussed, and I think the people that were even up here at the podium admitted this is different issues with the high elevation bioengineering stuff versus cloud seeding. I think there is a difference. I liked what I heard earlier about if we're going to create legislation, let's create legislation for this bioengineering aspect, and let's create legislation for cloud seeding because I think there is some differences. But I would just encourage this legislation to consider participating in that. And what I mean monetarily. Senator, I think you made a great comment earlier. I struggle with the fact, is this something as a state we should participate in? But I guess I would reply back to you, I think it is a state issue because I think what we're going to get hit with on this Colorado curtailment is it is going to impact. It's going to impact municipalities in the Little Snake. It's going to impact Cheyenne. It's going to impact a lot of the municipalities that get their water out of the Green River. It's going to impact the industrial users. The ag users are going to be impacted by it. So there is going to be an economic impact to the state. And I would just ask, I know there's a lot of things you guys can spend money on, but I just ask that you would reconsider putting some money towards cloud seeding. I think it is valuable. For Cheyenne, we have seen it has helped in our snowpack and what we collect out of the Little Snake. I also think it sends a big message to the lower basin and other states around us. Let me give an example. We have guys like Brandon, who's our state engineer, and Chris Brown, who do a heck of a job fighting for us on our rights on the Colorado River. And when they're going and negotiating with those lower basin states, and they are all incorporating money in cloud seeding because they're trying to make the system better, I don't think that looks well upon us as a state when we're not supporting that. I can tell you the more water that we put in the Colorado River system, the better off we're all going to be. That's municipalities, that's ag, that's industrial. And I know there's been an argument, well, if we put more water in, the lower basin states are just going to take it. That's not going to happen today, folks. That river is so highly regulated today. We know exactly what goes into Lake Powell, and we know exactly what everybody's agreed that they can take out. So I don't want to take any more of your time. I just wanted to bring us back to what I came up for, and that was how it pertains to a real life situation that is impacting municipalities, industrial users. I'm a junior water right user, so my oldest or most senior right is 1954. Well, we're pretty much planning if there's curtailment, 1954 rights are probably going to go by the wayside. So I'm trying to plan in advance to prepare Cheyenne so that we have options when this happens, and it's going to happen someday. So again, I just come from municipality aspect. I'm also a member of the the Governor's Advisory Committee for the Little Snake for municipalities. And I just ask that you please consider some funding for cloud seeding. We really thought that the aerial, I know it's expensive. I think that's still probably the most precise. You're putting an airplane right in where it needs to be rather than to rely on Mother Nature to move it into the cloud. But I think ground-based has value as well. So whether we increase the ground-based system, I'd love to see aerial come back, may or may not happen. That's your decision. But I just ask you to please consider putting some money towards that because I do think it drastically impacts Wyoming and Wyoming water users. So thank you for your time. Again, appreciate you hearing what I had to say. Thank you. I'm answer any questions anybody may have.
Well, thank you. Do you have any questions? Yes, Representative Provenza?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you know, so we defunded cloud seeding in the last session. And so my question to you is, has that been a point of contention in the conversations about the Colorado River? Like,
I don't know that personally, but I shared with you is my opinion, and I've talked with other people in the industry, other users, and to us, we kind of think that has to be a little bit of a, I would think a black eye to us in the fact that, hey, here our lower basin states are putting a lot of money, almost half of what, and that water, we have the advantage, we're a headwater state, right? So that water is generated. We have a lot of power to do good things here because the water starts in our state. I believe, yes, I think in the way the lower basins look at us, are we serious at meeting the table and solving this problem? And we as a state are not willing to put money towards that. I think, in my opinion, I think it's about that. That's Brad Brooks' opinion. But I have talked with others that are peers in the industry, and they feel the same way. Yeah, great question.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, I think at this time, there's been some talk about some legislation that might be provided, and we do have a potential resolution here, so I'll let. Oh, yeah. Okay, people online. Okay. Our staff give me a note, and I forgot to look at it again. So the folks on Zoom, if they're interested in testifying, could they raise their hand to testify on their computer?
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
I can. We're going to limit these testimonies online to about 2 minutes, so.
Yes, sir. I understand and I apologize. Like Mr. Brooks, I'll be brief. My name is Brian Seppi. I'm the general manager for the Green River, Rock Springs, Sweetwater County Joint Powers Water Board. Our system serves about 40,000 people in Sweetwater County, and we too support the cloud seeding. We've done so for about 5 years, about 5,000 each of those years. We've increased that for the coming year to 25. That's because of the program's recent loss of funding. We want to support the program, and I'll try to explain why. During my 29 years with the board, I've been watching the Colorado River system decline, obviously. The river situation has reached a pinch point, as Mr. Brown indicated earlier. And as you know, there's a lot going on. We're predicting a much drier future. and we're all going to have to accommodate that. However, augmentation of the river streams of the flow is a cornerstone to every plan that ever talks about how to deal with drought looks to augmentation. Cloud seeding is obviously a fundamental point of that. But why does the Water Board support it? Our portfolio here at the Joint Powers Water Board is solid right up until there's any Colorado compact action, or a compact call, as it's normally called. 90% of our rights are junior to the 1922 compact. We have one right that is a 1928. That right is in the gray area that Mr. Brown talked about in a legal stance, just because of its state. My point is, during a compact call and the subsequent curtailment, it'll be very expensive for our ratepayers to replace that water and difficult to effectuate that replacement. So augmentation is a way to reduce, or at least minimize, or delay, I should say, the impacts of curtailment. And cloud seeding, albeit little bits at a time, done over a decade, amount to real water. And if that were to be able to delay the curtailment impacts, not just on municipal, but industrial, think about all of the junior water rights holders. If cloud seeding cumulatively can reduce that impact and delay that curtailment action even 1 year, it would have tremendous payback. The cost of replacement water and the impact to senior water rights holders is profound. And so we'll continue to monitor the system on the Colorado. I too, and my board, encourage the legislators to consider funding the program again. We feel that this is the low-hanging fruit associated with augmentation. It is something that we can do now, something that if we continue to do it, will add benefit in the long term. It's basically a fundamental of support. And with that, I will quit, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your time. I respect the work you all do, and I understand the late hour. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Who is next?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Jolie Diane. I'm a researcher from Americans for a Clean Atmosphere. Thank you for your investigation into cloud seeding. My statement is in opposition to weather modification and other polluting atmospheric experimentation. Cloud seeding is an experimental activity that has been going on for decades, adding aerosol pollution to the atmosphere to try to change weather conditions. It's important to recognize that the people of Wyoming, and for that matter, any USA state, have not volunteered to be test subjects for cloud seeding experiments. Willing participation and informed consent in experimentation is a basic requirement of research ethics. Experimenting on people without their consent is criminal. As stated in testimony today, there is no evidence that these programs actually create more water. The claims are based on models. The 2024 GAO Cloud Seeding Technology Report confirms that cloud seeding is unproven experimentation. On page 22, stating, when uncertainty was considered in estimates of cloud seeding effectiveness, the estimated effect was not distinguishable from zero with a high degree of statistical confidence. A less widely discussed but central aspect of weather modification is the use of pulse radio frequency microwave radiation, which is pollution. Pulsed radio frequency microwave radiation is transmitted by NEXRAD and wireless communication systems that are used for weather monitoring and other purposes. Radio frequency microwave radiation is a hazardous physical agent and pollution. According to AT&T and Verizon, they define artificially produced electric fields, magnetic field, electromagnetic pulse, sound waves, microwaves, and all artificially produced ionizing and non-ionizing radiation as pollutants. Weather modification infrastructure includes the use of these interoperable systems, microwave communications towers, antennas, NEXRAD, and satellites. And that's the backbone of the global surveillance apparatus, which we have 2 NEXRADs, or 1 right on the border in Wyoming.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Okay, I appreciate it. In other words, microwave radiation is the 4th largest source of pollution with effects mainly on the brain, uninsurable. So I appreciate you investigating this topic, and I stand in opposition to cloud seeding and with the people and the environment. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, next is Dane Wigington.
Okay, would you go ahead?
He's muted. He's trying to talk.
Okay, how about now?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you for everyone's time today. I watched this entire meeting and I'm baffled at the amount of stuttering doublespeak from pro climate seeding so-called experts and the complete ignoring of the climate engineering elephant in the room. I run the largest website on this subject in the world, geoengineeringwatch.org. We work with former military officers, government scientists, former Canadian Minister of Defense. We're the only entity that's done the kind of atmospheric testing we've done. At the cost of over $100K, we took a National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration flying lab to altitude. Top scientists in that aircraft tested what heavy aircraft were emitting, not a single engine propeller driven cloud seeding aircraft that might dump 5 pounds of material into a cloud in a single flight. Military tanker like a KC-135 can dump 100 tons of these toxic elements in one single flight. We processed the samples we took in the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration Flying Lab at Rensselaer Polytechnic in New York, a world-renowned testing lab, top scientists, all on film, all on the record, and found exactly what we knew we would find, starting with aluminum nanoparticles being emitted from heavy aircraft through nozzles. This is not condensation. The climate engineering elephant in the sky is being systematically ignored by not just the so-called cloud seeding experts, but the entire global climate science community. Why? Because there's an illegal federal gag order on all National Weather Service and all NOAA employees. Why in the world would our government gag the weathermen if they didn't have something massive to hide? So again, I hope, I pray after 20 years of my life in this battle that I never wanted. I'm a former Bechtel Power employee. I worked in the renewable energy industry. My home was on the cover of the world's largest renewable energy magazine, which is what got me into this issue, because I was losing 50, 60, 70% of my solar power uptake from whatever these aircraft were emitting, which I knew couldn't be condensation. And so where is the green community that pretends we should put up solar panels everywhere while solar radiation management operations are blocking the sun? And by the way, the US military has stated on the record repeatedly, they consider the collapsing climate the greatest national security threat of all. Are we to think that they're not engaged in solar radiation management operations and haven't been for decades? We worked with University of Minnesota, 500 lab tests approximately. So much material is coming down in our rain: aluminum, barium, strontium, manganese, polymer fibers, graphene, all climate engineering elements. We extrapolated how much material was in the rain and projected that globally. About 40 to 60 million tons of these toxic nanoparticles are being dispersed globally. If we can't breathe without sucking this stuff in, contaminating the entire web of life, is that not a fight for life right here, right now?
Sir, your time is up. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, next I have Patrick Hagan.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for your time today. I just want to echo firstly what Dane talked about. And if you want to see any of the evidence for that, I would encourage you to watch the Dimming documentary, where all of that is on film. And so that video or that documentary is on YouTube and available for free. I would also just encourage everybody to consider the fact that cloud seeding is not needed when geoengineering programs are shut down. So the problem that is causing all of the drought that we are in, for the most part, is in large part because of the geoengineering programs that are desiccating the whole region. And so these are drying the air out. They are sucking up the moisture. When you have too many condensation nuclei, that prevents rain from falling. So that is one of the biggest issues that is actually causing the drought. So cloud seeding is really irrelevant if we address the actual problem causing this. I would encourage separate geoengineering legislation. I would completely divorce this from cloud seeding. They really have very little to do with each other. It's a massive difference in scale. And I would encourage legislation to ban geoengineering, do regular testing, working with the University of Wyoming. I would encourage provisions for whistleblower protections, and I would take a look at the UAP Transparency Act, which was passed by Congress about a year or two ago, and force the discussion on UAPs. That led to the entire wave of hearings where people were coming forward and talking about the UAP phenomena, and they were forced by government mandate to come forward and discuss what they knew working on these programs on the inside. So I would encourage all of that to model your legislation off of. If you actually want to have a real discussion on this, you need whistleblowers to come forward. You need to protect them because they're, as Dane mentioned, under gag orders. People in control of these programs are going to come after them. We know what happens to whistleblowers. You have to protect them if you want to actually have a discussion. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Do we have any more?
Mr. Chairman, next is Sarah Allstott.
Okay, Sarah, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for taking time for public comment. I do not reside in Wyoming. I am in Idaho, but I became aware of Rainmaker's proposal on the Bear River Basin between Wyoming, Utah, and Idaho. And I wanted to make it clear that cloud seeding is experimental. I heard several times the Snowy project reported as a success, and it needs to be very, very clear to this panel that the Snowy project, the researcher, Sarah Tessendorf, was quoted as saying 24 clouds that looked ripe for seeding, but they could only draw a clear link between seeding and snowfall in 3 cases. There's a small, hard to pinpoint signal that cloud seeding created additional ice in a handful of other cases, and then no signal at all in some instances. I believe that's the end of the quote there. I believe taking a small signal and applying that to modeling is not good science. We need to be very, very careful in ethics and science and not assume that this small signal will be replicated. I want the panel to also be aware of how unpopular cloud seeding has become. And in North Dakota, voters had to pass a measure to end cloud seeding in 2 counties last year. This was a tremendous amount of work for citizens, and they weren't heard by the legislature. So please don't make citizens have to go through those hoops. The GAO report from 2024 is repeatedly ignored by water resources. This must be addressed. And in that report, it goes over how ineffective cloud seeding is, but also cautions about self-evaluation and says when self-evaluations are done, the operators may have a vested interest in positive outcomes, such as contract extensions, according to stakeholders.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Mr. Chairman, our last one is Tina Johnson.
Okay. Go ahead, Kenny.
Hi, good morning. My name is Tina Johnson. I'm from Evanston, Wyoming. Sorry. Hi, good morning. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Tina Johnson. I'm from Evanston, Wyoming. What I wanted to bring to the table, I also have been studying this for 5 years. One of the things that I wanted to bring up is a snowstorm that we had in 2023, April 3rd through April 5th. We received 2 feet of snow in Evanston, and I believe that it was one of the highest snowpacks in Casper in history that they were recording. When that snow melted 3 weeks later, by April 24th, that snow had melted. And when I went out to clean my yard, there was a film of a webby substance that covered my entire yard. For the next year, we went up into the mountains. It was covered on the rocks by the rivers. It was a nasty, nasty film. I don't feel like that was regular snow. I feel like it was some sort of, we live very close to Park City, so I know I'm part of cloud seeding. The other thing that I would like to say is this year we went up into the Uintas, where we have one of the biggest fires going right now. 3 weeks after the roads had opened to, because of snowpack on the roads, the dirt was so dry it was like it had been microwaved. Everything on the mountain was just absolutely dry. The riverbeds were absolutely dry. And 3 weeks earlier, there was snowpack up there. So I don't know what it is about the snow that is different, but I do think that it does need to be studied. And I do believe that many people, many health effects, a lot of people on oxygen, a lot of people with respiratory, not just the bighorn sheep, but I believe that it is affecting our population. And I think that the health effects should absolutely be studied. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think we'll let Representative Schmid introduce his resolution.
Resolution, a couple of bills.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How would you like me to do this? I've got some material here to pass out to the committee, and would you prefer me to be at the desk? All right. Let me give you a few of these, Bob, and you can take down the other end.
Okay. Are those all?
Yeah, they're just kind of stacked. Yep, yeah.
And I need this email to us too, please. And email to us. Thank you.
There should be 3.
Oh, they are separate, okay.
Everybody get one? 2 more. I'll bring them down. I'll come around.
Are we gonna take the power line?
Here, hand me one. I gave mine away. I think,
I gave you one here.
oh, you got one? Okay. Is there 2 of them?
Didn't think so.
Missing one?
There should be 3.
Is that the same one? That looks like it's the same
Okay.
one.
I didn't realize there was more than one.
Wait a second. Those 2, yeah. I need both. Do you have 3? Or is it just 2 bills, or is that?
There's 2 bills and a resolution.
Okay. I don't have the bills.
I think I might have some more.
I've got the cloud seed. Is that the whole packet? That's the cloud seed.
You got the Cloud City bill?
Yep.
Clean energy and engineering.
Oh, that's yours, okay. Do you got an extra one?
Which one do you need?
This cloud seeding bill.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Jill needs a cloud seeding. Oh, you did, okay. Good.
Did you get the resolution?
Yes. Oh, I need a resolution. Thank you.
If I can figure out what mine is. Think this. Turn that.
Yeah, that'd be good.
All right. Are we ready? Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee, for giving me the opportunity to do this. I'm going to be quick because I know we're pressed on time, and a lot of the stuff I had here we've touched on already, so I'm not going to duplicate it. What I have here is I put together with some help a couple of draft bills and a resolution that I'd like to quickly talk about on today's subject of cloud seeding and geoengineering. Let's go to the cloud seeding bill first. The Wyoming Cloud Seeding Moratorium and Baseline Act, that's what I call the draft bill that we put together, pauses cloud seeding operations in Wyoming for a limited time to establish a clear scientific baseline of precipitation and water resources. This approach ensures the future decisions on cloud seeding are based on reliable data rather than assumptions. The key provisions of the bill: it provides a short title, as I said, Wyoming Cloud Seeding Moratorium and Baseline Act. I'd like to place a 10-year moratorium on all cloud seeding operations beginning July 1st, 2026. The bill directs the Department of Environmental Quality and state engineers to collect baseline data on precipitation, snowpack, and stream flow during that moratorium. It requires independent scientific studies by the University of Wyoming, NCAR, and other institutions to compare seeded versus unseeded years. Then it requires a preliminary report due October 1st, 2036, and a final report due on December 31st, 2037. It prohibits unauthorized seeding during the moratorium and establishes penalties of up to $50,000 per occurrence. Why this matters? Cloud seeding has been promoted for decades as a way to increase precipitation, but the science is mixed. Some studies show modest gains. Others suggest little effect, that seeding simply redistributes precipitation. And without a true baseline of unseeded years, Wyoming cannot know whether seeding helps, hurts, or just shifts water from one region to another, effectively robbing Peter to pay Paul. The bill ensures Wyoming protects its water sovereignty, honors its interstate water obligations, and bases future decisions on sound science rather than speculation. And we heard a lot about that today. You know, the experts testified that we've been doing this for 70 years, but when it comes down to a real pointed question, there's still uncertainty. There's still skepticism if this actually works. They said they need more data. They said they need to continue to do this to come up with the real answers. And in my mind, there can't be any real answers unless we have a true established baseline to go from. And the only way we're going to get a true established baseline is to stop the practice, let Mother Nature do this for 10 years. I know it sounds like a long time, but they've been playing with this for 70 years and still don't have an answer. I'm asking for 1 decade. They've had 7. Let's establish a baseline. After 10 years, if we show what Mother Nature does versus what they've done with cloud seeding, then we've got some information we can build a real decision from. We owe it to the people of Wyoming to give them the right decision, not hoping we got something done. Hope is not a strategy. We need information. We're working with scientists, we're working with professionals. I think there was some speak here today that a certain type of testing that they may do would take them 60 years to get the data they needed. I'm only asking for 10. And I think we're asking to compare it to the true baseline, and that's what Mother Nature will provide for us. So that's basically what the bill on cloud seeding amounts to.
Yes, go ahead, Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mike, on this bill, it says 2 years, just so you know.
Yes, I changed it to 10. Originally, 2 is what I was after or thought about, but I don't think 2 is long enough.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
When we've been pumping silver iodide into the clouds for 50, 60 years, I'm not sure 2 is enough to work from, so I'm asking for 1 decade.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks, Representative Schmidt, for handing this to us. You know, I have voted against cloud seeding in the past, but after hearing from the folks today, I think I'm going to support them. Part of my concern with what your testimony is you're saying that they couldn't answer your point of question. And I'm a scientist, or by trade, I was a scientist. We never say with unequivocal, no uncertainty of anything. We have to talk about what the evidence suggests at the time, and things change. So I don't think it's, Representative Schmidt, I just don't think it's fair that what you're saying that they said was that they don't know, that they need more evidence. I think they said, we're sure it works. We don't know exactly to what extent it changes. And there are a lot of variables at play. So I guess I want to push back on that because they're not up here to defend themselves, right? That's just how scientists have to talk. And theory means it's changing. That's why this is changing all the time. But I'm with you. I've been skeptical in the past, but I'll say today, we saw good evidence. I don't think that there are assumptions. I think that what we saw was science, and science can't tell you black and white, yes or no. So that's just my only feedback for you, Representative Schmidt. Thank you.
Well, I think 70 years that's quite a long time. That's quite a long time to be working on something. I would have liked to seen a little bit more definitive confidence in the program, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my question is, since we're interconnected with the state to the west of us and the state to the south of us, how do we implement to get what you're calling the pureness of a baseline? How do we get that if we're cloud seeding to the south of us, to the west of us, to the north of us? How can you establish a criteria, I guess is my question.
Well, it's the only criteria we have. I mean, we can't control the other states, but we can control what we do. They're telling us that what they do on our mountain ranges is producing results to some degree. So I guess I can ask that same question. Are those results coming from other states, or are they coming actually from us? You know, that's the whole deal with this cloud seeding thing, is there's just a lot of unknowns in the whole situation. And I just think we've got to find some kind of a baseline to work from. It may not be a perfect baseline, but I think it's probably better than what we have right now, because we have none.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman? Oh, I'll yield to John.
Okay, Representative Eklund, you have your hand up?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. So I'm just really tired of arguing about this. I think that we have a lot of evidence that it works. We have municipality after municipality that tells us they'll support it. What we get down to here in this, especially the Colorado River, the water situation is critical there. We've got a state engineer and an attorney general who's fighting for Wyoming, and we're removing tools out of their toolbox. What I heard today on cloud seeding was that it works. To what degree, nobody's real sure. Then we mixed it up with a bunch of other stuff, chemtrailing, and I have no clue what that is. But I do know that if we don't allow our state engineer some tools in his toolbox, I think it's going to be really difficult to get anything done, because all of the users in the Colorado River Basin, almost all of them, are junior users. The cities, I'm thinking the industrial entirely, and probably most of the ag users, the water was being used below us long before we ever established rights. So I'd be careful about hamstringing the state engineer and those attorneys and those water people who are really trying to fight for Wyoming right now. So I'd be opposed to this, completely opposed to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Ide has a comment here.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. Yeah, a lot of the comments, in particular, with all due respect to Representative Eklund, I mean, in his own words, he said, nobody really knows for sure. And that's all we've been hearing for a long time after multiple millions of dollars that we've pumped into this from the state, and 65, 70 years on a national level, and the feds finally threw their hands up in the air and said, we're done with this. I think now's the time to take some action, and I'm in support of your bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you go ahead and continue with your presentation?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The second bill I have here has to deal with the second subject we talked about, and that's the geoengineering piece.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, before we move on, I guess you're calling these bills. I just want to make sure these are not bills, right? Because we have not allowed for public comment on these. I just saw this for the first time. No one in the audience has seen this. So these are just proposals that you're bringing to the committee for consideration to maybe look at a bill later, right?
Thank you for that correction, Representative. Thank you. Yep. They are proposals, yes. Okay, the second proposal I have here is on the geoengineering topic that we spoke about today as well. I'm calling it the Wyoming Clean Air Preservation Act, and it's designed to protect Wyoming's sovereignty, public health, and environment by prohibiting unauthorized atmospheric, geoengineering, or climate modification activities within this state. The bill establishes clear definitions, enforcement authority, penalties, and safeguards while ensuring that normal aviation, agriculture, and firefighting remain fully protected. The key provisions of this proposal, it defines key terms including geoengineering, atmospheric containment, weather modification, SRM, and SAI. Prohibits intentional releases of substances into Wyoming's atmosphere for the purpose of altering climate, weather, or solar radiation. It lists prohibited activities: solar radiation management, SRM, stratospheric aerosol injection, SAI, cloud seeding, smart dust, PFAS, chaff, and other hazardous dispersals. It exempts ordinary aviation satellite operations. It exempts weather observation forecasting. It exempts agricultural crop dusting conducted under permits. It exempts fire suppression, including aerial fire retardants and water drops. And it exempts lawful activities expressly authorized by state and federal environmental law. Why this matters: the legislation ensures Wyoming maintains control over its skies and prevents outside entities from conducting harmful or unauthorized atmospheric experiments. It provides strong protections for citizens, agriculture, and natural resources while affirming the state's rights under the 10th Amendment. And just to add a little bit, there was made mention by one of the testimonies today that There's 34 other states in the country right now that have passed some form of legislation or are working on passing some form of legislation for this geoengineering issue. When I got involved in the cloud seeding thing nearly a year ago, I had heard about geoengineering, but I didn't know a lot about it. But since then, I've done a little bit of work. I still don't know a lot about it, and I'm not an expert. But what I have noticed is what other people have been telling me they've noticed for years, and that's the checkerboard patterns in the sky and the long miles of low-hanging thin clouds that seems to shade the earth. I think these things are real. And again, I think we owe it to the state of Wyoming and the people of Wyoming to find out what's happening. They've got a lot of questions. There's a lot of people that have brought this up and a lot of people on board with this right now. They're concerned about what's going on. I don't know what it is. There's a lot of theory out there, but I think we owe it to the state of Wyoming and the people as a legislature to find out what's happening. Let's pump the brakes on this stuff a little bit. I mean, cancer diagnoses around the country are skyrocketing. Deaths are low because we're getting better at treating it, but the cases are going through the roof. Same thing with respiratory illnesses. Something's causing that. Is this it? I don't know. Is it part of it? I don't know that either. None of us do. But we need to find out. I think we owe it to the people of Wyoming to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for bringing this to our attention. I guess my question is this, and you said here right now telling us that you don't know what it is, that you want to stop it, but you don't know what it is. So just the thought, I mean, if we're going to bring a piece of legislation, maybe the legislation we bring is a research bill, right? Maybe we should hire someone to actually figure out what the hell's going on before we outlaw it, because we don't even know what we're outlawing.
Right.
You, in your own words, just said that. And so just because some other state is doing it doesn't mean we should do that. If we want to do some research, find out about it, I think a lot of us, almost all of us, would probably be supportive of that. Just have a hard time outlawing something that we don't even know what it is. I've heard several comments today, and several people, except for one person who's a scientist, everybody says, I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert. I saw something in the air. Fine, but I need some on the ground in front of me on a piece of paper saying, this is what it is, so that we can actually regulate it if that's what we want to do, but this doesn't do that.
Yeah.
And so maybe we go that route. That's just a thought, suggestion, because I think you get a lot of support if that's what we were trying to do.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Representative, and I understand what you're saying. I really do. But sometimes in order to get your hands around something in my life, we've had to stop it in order to get our hands around it and start somewhere. So.
Go ahead. Follow up. So what are we stopping? I mean, you just said a couple minutes ago that you really don't know what this is, and we got to figure out what it is.
Yep.
So how do we do that? This bill does not do that. And any of these bills that prohibit that will not do that. We have to figure out what we're trying to prohibit before we prohibit it. And I think this goes to maybe one of the questions Representative Provenza had. Do we just prevent planes from flying over the state of Wyoming? Is that what we do to stop this? How do we know without getting our, literally getting our hands on the data? Maybe we need some research. Again, I think that's where we need to direct our attention. Of course, that's going to cost us money, but it's something that I think you probably would get general support for.
Okay.
Representative Eklund.
Mr. Chairman, so I guess I would add to it. I do not know what either of these bills do because I haven't seen either of them, and I get a few snippets every now and then that it's been switched from 2 years to 10 years. But springing this thing in this way, when we do use a Zoom platform, it's not my favorite platform either, but I'm here at home. And concerning the last comments that I made, if anybody got out of that I don't believe we have any idea what cloud seeding does. They weren't listening to me very well.
Okay, Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I wish Senator Craigo was here to hear this, but there is plenty of research out there for decades on this issue. And because we choose not to do that research, you can get that research for free if you would look for it. So don't sit here and create a team in the state of Wyoming where we have to research what is going on in our skies when there is documentation everywhere that you can get for free. We need to protect our citizens. Thank you.
Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Schmidt, thank you so much. I know this is not easy because it is controversial, but I just want to add to the conversation. A few years ago, when I took the climatology and different things like that, I'm not a certified scientist, but what I did learn was that as humanity goes, we only have, we have less than 4 50-year cycles to look at what the weather has done in the history of this country and the history of the world, other than things that are documented. We have 50 years to look at things. So to say, we have to manipulate, and as far as science goes, and I'm changing my mind here, as far as science goes, I don't think, and so I'm in agreement with your proposals here to address this, I do not think that a hypothesis is something that we should use the people of Wyoming to prove up. A hypothesis is something that I think, I would like to look at this. I would like to see how this goes, and so I'm going to prove it. Well, sometimes a hypothesis is proven that it's true, and sometimes it's proven that it's an error. And then it's adjusted. Science is supposed to be the evidence of what is seen. And so to say we don't know, if we want to put all of these chemicals that are found now in the urine and blood, if we want to put that into a micro simulator at the university or somewhere and put it in there and let people go in there or watch it from outside to simulate this hypothesis, I would say that's a good idea. But to put it in the skies and to be dropping things, we have proven that the incidence of disease and chronic illness in the United States is going up. And it certainly is in this state. So what I'll say is I agree that what we should do is put the moratorium for 10 years and see if the health of the citizens goes up.
Thank you.
Okay.
And to address Senator Craigo's question about what are we trying to do, it does say that here, it prohibits the intentional release of substances into Wyoming's atmosphere for solar radiation management, stratosphere aerosol injection, cloud seeding, smart dust, chaff, and other hazardous. So there is a point there at what we're trying to stop, because that is known that is going on. So to answer that question. I also have a resolution here. I don't know if you guys got the will to listen to that or not, or just read it yourselves. But what I'd like to do is, my ask today is to have the committee consider these proposals. I would like to see them moved on. Let me take them to the LSO, let them draft some potential legislation for us to review and look at and discuss further at our next meeting.
Senator Hyde.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Schmidt, in the essence of time, not to use that as a crutch here, but I would like to see what you just mentioned, make a motion, see if the committee wants to move these 3 drafts forward in bill form from LSO and take a vote on that. And then we can really look at some, I don't know if anybody wants to add or subtract to these drafts at this time, but I would move that we do that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Pearson?
I would second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor with a second. Do we have discussion?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Senator, on your motion, did you motion for one bill at a time or them as like a slate?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, we could do it either way. I kind of took it as, and maybe that's the better way to do it, to do them individually. We can probably do it just as fast. So we're not just lumping them all in together because somebody might feel different about them. So that's a friendly amendment. I agree that we could do that separately.
Mr. Chairman, I guess procedurally, what my recommendation would be to you, Senator, would be, I think you'd have to withdraw that motion if your second agrees, and then put forward that you would like to have a bill draft done for Bill A or whatever.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
I'll amend that motion to, let's just start with, withdrawal of that motion.
Okay. Disagreement?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
I would like to make a new motion that we move the Wyoming, that we draft a bill for the next meeting. The first one would be the Wyoming Cloud Seeding and Moratorium and Baseline Act. And that's my motion. Thank you.
Okay, and do we have a second? We have a motion on the floor and a second. Any more discussion? Okay, all those in favor of that motion, please raise their hands.
I think we can just say aye.
Okay, if we can just say aye, then fine, that's fine.
Aye.
I guess we're gonna have to raise our hands because, would the committee, who is in favor of that, of Senator Ide's motion, please raise their hands. All opposed? Okay. Do you have that? And Representative Eklund is a no as well. Yes, Senator McCune.
I would like to move that we pass the bill draft Wyoming Clean Air and Geoengineering Prohibition Act to LSO for a bill draft.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please raise their hands. Opposed?
Yeah, he called for it.
We called for it, but no. So you're a no then? And Representative Provenza, you're a no? No. What about Representative Eklund? That's 3. Okay, thank you. Is there anything else? Yes, Senator Pearson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move to have the joint resolution sent to the LSO for a draft to look at for the next meeting.
And we have a second. Representative Ottman? Would it be up for discussion? Anybody want to discuss this at all? Okay, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reason why I'm a no on all this is I am not very educated on this. This has just been sprung on this committee in the last few minutes. So that's why I reserve my right to a no on this. So I will be a no.
Thank you. Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I just want to make a comment about what session we're walking into. We're walking into a budget session, and we did not pass a supplemental budget, and so I'm just a little concerned we're bringing 3 bill drafts, and we need 2/3 vote to get them passed. We're going to utilize LSO's time, and these were kind of just plopped here in our laps today. I appreciate that we'll have time to consider them or have more conversation with members of the public, but I would have liked to have seen this for members of the public beforehand so that we could have had discussion about these specific these specific bills. Anyway, just a reminder, body, we have 2/3 vote to get passed, and we have a constitutional mandate to do our job on the budget.
Representative Banks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And that's why I supported these going forward. I think there needs to be more discussion. There's lots of involvement, lots of data, lots of passion on both sides. And I appreciate that the committee is going to continue to dive into this. And I think by allowing these to go forward, that's what's taking place. And I think that those 2 bill drafts will do it. Probably be a no on this resolution. I don't see how this resolution will do anything, but the bill drafts, I think, will continue to allow us to have that discussion and involve the public and get some good data to make us feel comfortable with what we're going to go forward with.
Yes, Representative Schmidt.
Yep. I'd just like to address the representative's statement on the resolution. What I was hoping to do with that is to get that drafted by LSO and be able to forward that to our federal delegation for them to look at. That's the reason for it.
Yes, Representative Eklund.
I'm a no on this one as well. I haven't seen any of it. So all of this has been, at least the committee's got a glimpse of what it looks like. I have no clue what any of it looks like.
Okay, thank you. Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick comment. One of the reasons that I voted yes on all of these is to move them forward and to get educated. We all are traveling around the state, lots of conversations, and wherever this goes, at least we will have that there. And if it is serious, we'll be able to handle it. And also, we had lots of wonderful testimony today from experts, people that work in this, people that have researched this. And so I just think really that it is so important for the furtherance of our state in a lot of different areas. And so this conversation needs to go on, and I would not like to see it belabored for another 1.5 years. So thank you.
Okay, Senator Craigo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just was going to apologize for my extended absence. I went down to exchange car keys with my daughter and the doors are locked. So just to notice for the public, I mean, if there's anybody that's wanting to get in to testify, we probably need to figure out a way to make sure the public can get in. Doesn't matter if I'm here, but we need to make sure that the public can get in, especially because we're changing topics. And so I just was going to give a heads up to you and the co-chairman.
Okay. So we need to, do we have a motion on the floor for the resolution? Okay. Those in favor of the resolution being drafted, please raise your hands. All opposed? have that? Okay, so that motion did pass, so we will move forward with that. All right. So thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee.
Now, in the interest of time, we're probably late for the dinner this evening, but I will. Do we still have time? Kelly? Okay. All right. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I've got the vet tech still on the agenda.
Yeah, we're going to have to postpone that till tomorrow. So I hate to do it, but in the interest of time, we need to do it, so.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I think some folks may have traveled to be here specifically for that bill. And it's on the agenda today. My request, Mr. Chairman, is that we stay here and work and get this job done, given that members of the public have come here.
Yes. Representative Banks?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my thoughts on this, I'm having a hard time understanding why it's back. I mean, this committee has heard this. This committee voted on this. And as we can see, we've got limited time. And I think having a double take on something when we've already spent time on it was not a good use of the committee's time. So that it's up to the committee what we want to do with this, but I just want to point out that I don't think it was a good practice that we brought something back after the committee has voted on it and used up our precious time.
Okay. Representative Davis?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I believe the previous chairman had this bill drafted, and so I think that's why we need to consider it, even though he is no longer the chairman at this time.
Okay. Senator Pearson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I agree with both of my colleagues. I don't know why this is back, but there are people and constituents that traveled here knowing that this was going to be on the agenda. So I think we need to hear what they have to say. If we were going to take it off of the agenda, we should have done it before today. Thank you.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the committee? Do we need a motion? Let's, since it's already on the agenda, let's go ahead and move forward with it.
Mr. Chairman, do you want to hear public comment on it, or?
Yes.
Okay.
It's been heard already, so anyone wishing to comment on this vet tech bill, please come forward.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I have a quick question to Ella. So is this the same language from the last meeting? So we don't necessarily need a presentation from this Legislative Service Office on that language?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Provenza, no, this is the exact same language. It hasn't been.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead. You identify yourself and who you're with, and go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman and Committee of the Joint Ag Committee, my name is Tiffany Healy. I'm a practice owner, veterinarian practice owner in Cheyenne, Wyoming. I'm here representing the Wyoming Veterinary Medical Association, in which I sit on their board. I'm also the chairperson for the committee looking at licensure of veterinary technicians.
My name is Joe Dona, and I am the president-elect for the WVMA. And just a little bit of history on me. I had a mixed animal practice in Glen Rock for 30 years. I was raised in Casper, attended the University of Wyoming, then went to vet school at CSU. And then after I sold my practice in 2010, I did relief work in South Dakota and Wyoming. And I'm here to support the bill representing the WVMA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim McGagnon with Wyoming Stockbrokers Association. At your last meeting, I unfortunately didn't arrive in time to testify on this bill, but as I think many of you are aware, we have a real shortage of large animal veterinarians in the state, and encouraging people to build their careers in that field and build those careers in Wyoming. We think that the ability to license vet techs is an encouragement to that, and we stand here in support of the bill today.
Mr. Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brett Moline, Wyoming Farm Bureau, sitting in favor of this bill like I did the last time, based on my members' policy. We think this is a great idea. If I may, sir, I'd like to point out what this bill does. What this bill does is it establishes the veterinary technician position. It allows the Wyoming Veterinary Board to license him as a veterinary technician. What does it not do? It does not make a veterinarian that is practicing in the state of Wyoming have to hire veterinary technicians. They do not have to hire veterinary technicians. They can still hire the veterinary assistants that they can train themselves. What the veterinary technician does says if you have this training and this education, you can be licensed as a veterinary technician. Nowhere does the bill expand state government. It does add one position to the state board that would be a veterinary technician. So it's not adding to the overhead of the state. It would add one more travel, I guess, the expenses of one board member. My members feel that this is a thing that's needed. As Mr. McGagnon said, we are a shortage of large animal veterinarians. We think this would be of assistance to help alleviate that problem. Will it be a cure? No. It's a step in the right direction. And there is some irony. We offer the degree at Eastern Wyoming Community College, but we can't license them in the state of Wyoming. Again, sitting in firmly in support of what this bill does is it gives another option, does not make the veterinarians do anything that they're not doing now. So sitting in support of this bill, and I would take any questions you or the committee may have.
Okay, committee, do you have any questions for any one of these four folks at our table? Yes, Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think the veterinarians in the state are a little split on this, because I talked to a few and they're, they don't want any more, I don't know, I guess maybe they don't understand the bill, but they don't want any more regulations, any more laws, any of that. So I just wanted to make that statement because I talked to a few and they were kind of skeptical about it, actually. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may address that. Senator, you're exactly right. The veterinarians can probably speak to it better, but I went to their state meeting at the outside of Du Bois. There is a split. Some of them don't want it, but for some of them, not all of them, but some of them, when I explain what this proposed legislation does, it alleviated their concerns. Others, it didn't. It's much like any other organization. You have a difference in opinion, but I'll let the veterinarians address how the board voted, but the ag groups want it, and the Veterinary Association, I believe, is in favor of it. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would let the veterinarians speak.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Go ahead.
just to fill everybody in on the process we went through, the board of the WVMA, the board of directors, we were split on this. And initially, I was opposed to this because they had a scope of practice in this proposal. And what that was going to do was negate, we were going to have lay assistants that we have trained being, breaking the law to do things that we had trained them to do. And we have a very diverse type of veterinary practices in Wyoming, as you probably well know. We're very diversified. I mean, we have backyard, small rural areas that we're practicing in, and we have our wife and our daughter helping us or whatever. And so I was opposed to it at that point. When they dropped the scope of practice, and the veterinarians understood that we weren't requiring them to hire a veterinary technician at all. And when they dropped the scope of practice, it wasn't going to put our veterinary assistants who we trained, breaking the law. So then at that point, I supported it. But anyway, we were very divided. So what we did, we made a motion and we had the membership vote on this. And we advertised it, we sent emails, we talked to them at our business meetings, and they had an X amount of time to submit their vote. And it was close, but it did pass. And so the whole membership got an opportunity to vote on this. Now, granted, there are some veterinarians in the state that aren't members of the WVMA, and so those veterinarians wouldn't have had an opportunity to vote on it. Thank you.
Go ahead.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, the other thing, and both, I mean, everybody up here has mentioned it, is that if you don't want to do this, if you don't want to license your veterinary technicians, you do not have to. It is not required. And so what it's going to do for those of us who want to, it allows us to recognize that education that those technicians have received. It also provides us with some ability to be able to research if we've had any problems with controlled drugs, because if with that license, that's something that we will be able to legally check. If this is not something you want to do, something you're not able to do, you don't have to. So this really benefits those that want to. It does absolutely nothing to those that don't.
Okay. Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wouldn't it be a lot less regulatory and, easier to get into the field? I mean, I get the certification with the state or the licensing, but I think the better solution is, free market solutions where your organization, the veterinarians have certificates that you could give them to recognize them as their time served without having to, be sanctioned through the state with a fee and continuing education and, all of the bureaucracy that kind of goes with that. I'm just, I struggle with this bill. Just 1950, I've got some data here, 5% of the workforce had to get licensed. Today, it's 25%. Maryland, you have to have a license to run a manure spreader. I mean, it just seems like this is growing government every time we want to try to license somebody. So that's why I'm not a big fan of further licensing. It just seems like a barrier to entry for people, especially on the lower end of the scale. Thank you.
Do you have any comment on that?
Mr. Chairman, just having talked to a few of these young people who assist veterinarians in that, and especially if their goal is to become a veterinarian, the licensure in their view and in view of many of our people is it's a status symbol. It's a step forward in my professional career. I have something that I can show that I've achieved as opposed to just having a job. And I think that's the part of the reasoning here as we see it.
Go ahead, Mr. Lane.
Mr. Chairman, committee, if Senator Ide, if I understand it right, with our current situation where veterinary technicians are not recognized under law, they can't recognize them as a veterinary technician. So by having this in law, they can give them the legal recognition. They don't have to, but if they want to, the people can go get the training and get the certificate, the certificate and become a veterinary technician. Nobody's saying they have to. It's recognizing the training that they've gone through on a voluntary basis.
And Representative,
Go ahead.
or, sorry, Chairman, through you, and to Mr. Ide, that I appreciate your concern on having professional licensures. Really what we're trying to do is create a standard of competency and a way for us to be able to make sure that we're providing the best care for our pets and people.
Okay. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I kind of push back on Brett Mullane's statement that we'd only need one more board member. I think we are establishing a 12 pages of regulation that these people would have to take the test and meet the standards. And at that point, are we going to hire another administrator? And I would say if we hired an administrator to make sure that everything happens as planned in this bill, are we going to pay them $100,000 a year? If we do that, is there 100 vet techs that would pay $1,000 to cover the cost of the vet tech certificate to the state of Wyoming? I'm saying, I think the best way we could do that is a free market system. And I don't think that the state of Wyoming adds value to that certificate. And that's my statement.
Representative Strzok, did you have something?
I did. Thank you, Chairman. I guess my question, you said that it was a close vote. How close? How close was that?
Do you remember what it was?
I do. Mr. Chairman, through you, Representative Strzok, it was 45 to 55%.
Thank you. And then I do have one more question.
Go ahead.
So on page 24 of the bill, it was added in, or practicing as a veterinarian technician. The board or any citizen of the state may bring an action to adjoin any person from practicing veterinary medicine or practicing as a veterinarian technician without currently valid license or temporary permit. Could you just explain that a little bit in there? That was added in.
I don't have a copy of the bill in front of me. I apologize about that. And you're on page 24?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So to me, on that particular statement, it just is basically saying if there's a public complaint against a veterinary technician, it would go to the Board of Vet Med, just like it would for a veterinarian. Some of this language was written by LSO to establish the legal status that they would need to do that. And
Basically, the only thing that we've changed there is the part in red. We just added veterinary technician to that.
okay, so does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Reading this, you have just told us that you would not be required to have a certificate, and this says that you would have to have a certificate. That's my understanding of the way I read this.
Go ahead.
Want to answer? I can do it. Okay. Chairman, through you, Representative Johnson, if you are getting a license and you are a if you are a veterinary technician, you are a licensed veterinary technician. If you are not a licensed veterinary technician, you are a veterinary assistant. And so you wouldn't have any legal repercussions against a veterinary assistant. That would go on the veterinarian.
Are there any more questions? Representative Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, it just seems to me as a consumer, and we are in charge of consumer protection up here, to keep our consumers abreast, this would be something ideal. It gives you an avenue to, when you take your dog down there, it's either seen by the vet tech, whatever. It gives you an avenue and some assurance that it's being done correctly, in my opinion. So I think it's consumer protection that we're looking at here by allowing this to go forth.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yes, I agree. I think that's certainly a major part of this. It's the same way why we license veterinarians or dentists or doctors or anything else. It's certainly part of it.
Okay. Are there any more questions? Senator Pearson.
Mr. Chairman. So another concern that I have, sorry, come on. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So another concern that I'm having is, I'm just wondering who's going to pay for this? Like, I know that technically the veterinary assistant who's wanting to be licensed would pay for this, but does that say that anywhere in this bill, that it's them that's going to be responsible to pay for it? Or could veterinary practices possibly say, if you want to go and get a license to be a vet tech, we'll pay for it. And then the vet charges the consumer more money to pay for that schooling. I mean, I'm just throwing this out there. Because it seems like anything that is extra, the consumer is getting taxed on that in some way or another. And so I just wanted to ask that question. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, through you. So this would be, Senator Pearson, this would be, any other college degree that when you get from high school and you want to pursue that degree, you would get that degree. So you ultimately are paying for that. As far as what the veterinarian would be responsible for, that really is up to the individual practice on if you want to pay for their licensing dues and their continuing education. It really, that would come down to whatever that individual job is, and that's all over the place. It just depends on the veterinarian.
Senator Ide?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just follow up to Senator Pearson. I agree. There's no free lunch. It has to raise prices, and somebody's got to pay for it, and that's the consumer. And you really, in my eyes, don't get any more quality. So I think it's a good point. So thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, through you. I really don't think, I've talked to a lot of vet techs who aren't licensed that are working in practices now. And I personally, in my practice in 30 years, I never had a veterinary technician hired. I just trained people. And these veterinary technicians that are working in these practices are now being paid more than the veterinary assistants. They've always been paid more. So, yeah, and I've heard some people say, well, it's going to raise my veterinary prices. I really disagree with that. They've been getting paid more already. They just don't have the title, and they just haven't been licensed. Because veterinarians, they can do more, and they do more things, and they can free up the veterinarian to do more of what he has to do. Where a vet assistant, a lot of times, that's not the case. And so most all of these licensed, or they're not licensed, excuse me, but most all of these veterinary technicians are already being paid and have been being paid more than the veterinary assistants that are employed in the same practice. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, through you, may I follow up on that? So in the packet, I included a document that was a study from the AVMA. It was from 2008, because that's the latest study that we can find, but found that if you have a licensed veterinary technician in your practice, it increases a veterinarian's revenue by $96,000 per year, because it frees up more time for us to do additional things. In addition, we're not taking that time away when we can be seeing appointments or doing what we need to be doing to train people when they come out. So they are ready trained, they are job ready. So that, again, frees up more time for the veterinarian.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess one of the issues I see with this bill is on page 5, subsection 2, or II. We don't even have a licensure statute yet, but in this bill, we've already built the first workaround in, the first end run. And it says, duties of a veterinary technician under the supervision of a licensed veterinarian, 20,000 hours is verified, blah, 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 blah. Under this subdivision shall be exempt from taking and passing the VTNE and shall qualify for licensure provided that all other qualifications set forth by the board are met on or before June 30th, 2029. So some people have to take the test, some people don't. But
It's kind of a grandfather.
we're holding this up as this great licensure thing, yet it almost seems like we're picking the haves and have-nots. If you've been a veterinary assistant forever, you don't have to take the test. We're just going to pass you on as long as you have the hours. Am I reading that correctly? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
through you, Senator McCowan, so that is a legacy clause that we built in, and lots of different opinions on that. But basically, we were trying to honor those that have been in the profession practicing as a technician for the last however many years. And so basically, at 10,000 hours, that's a 5-year equivalent of working full-time. And so a lot of experience, but not the same amount of education that you would get in a program. And so that's why we have that VTNE, that national exam requirement on there. Whereas 20,000 hours or 10-year full-time equivalent, you've been in it for a long time, you've had more opportunity to learn, and that requirement to pass the national exam is not in there. But for both of those, they still do have the continuing education requirements. It is not a perfect solution, I get that, but it's a short-term solution for a long-term problem. And so we're not telling those that have been in the practice of veterinary medicine for a long time that your job title has changed. We're basically trying to provide a solution for those that have been doing it for a long time. But in the future, this is what we're hoping to achieve.
Go ahead.
I guess my question is, how cumbersome is it to take the VTNE? If you have 20,000 hours, it should be a breeze, shouldn't it? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, through you.
Go ahead.
One of the reasons I think they put that in there initially too was because they had a scope of practice in there. And maybe after we got them to take that out, they probably could have removed that maybe. But if you have a veterinary assistant that has worked with you for 15 or 18, 20 years, and you have a scope of practice that now says she can't do the things she's been doing, then we had to have a grandfather clause. Now, I didn't help on the initial committee to do this, so but would that be a fair?
I'm going to disagree with you a little bit. So, Mr. Chairman, through you to Senator McCowan, the thought behind that is that if you've been doing this for 10 years, and so I'm going to use my clinic for an example. So I have 4 licensed or 4 registered technicians in my practice. They are all 4 of them are registered in Colorado. One of those was legacied in. She's 65. For me to ask her to take an exam at this point in her life just seemed cruel, because she's been doing it for so long, and to have to go back and do that, to sit for an exam after being out of school for 45 years, just seemed like something that wasn't necessary. So it's just honoring that time that you've put in, that education, that again, it's a short-term solution to try to honor those that have been in practice.
Okay. Senator McEwen.
I get it. I understand your intent. But it seems incongruent with what we're trying to do with the license. I spent 27 years in the Army, and I'm an old guy too. And every year at the beginning of the year, the training cycle started with individual soldiers' tasks. And it didn't matter how long I'd been in or what I'd been doing, I still had to pass them. And it moved up, squad, company, et cetera. But I just have a problem. And I think anybody with that much experience should be able to blow through this test. So if that language wasn't in there, I'd probably be a yes, but we're almost picking winners and losers, and we're helping our buddies out, but not the new people. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so pointed, but that's where I sit on it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
ahead.
for you, Senator McCowan, I'm perfectly happy to change that. That is not something that I am, I think that is certainly a negotiable item. If that is something that this committee would like to see, that everybody's taking the exam, I think that would not be something that we would be unwilling to negotiate on. I think that honestly, those that have gone to school would like to see everybody pass the exam. So I think that is certainly something that we can work through.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
I suggest we move for that rewrite and look at this again at the next meeting.
Do we have a second?
Mr. Chairman, there's no motion, there's still public comment, so we have to close public comment first.
Okay. Is there any other comment from the, yes, ma'am.
I just have I'm sorry, Hallie Hazel, Wyoming State Veterinarian, impartial. My question, my comment is, what I would really like for the committee to do that I think would make such a huge understanding of this whole discussion, is it possible for us to be able to give you folks a tour and discussion of the actual vet tech program at the college in Torrington? They are so incredibly proud of their degrees, incredibly proud of what they've accomplished in that program. And I think if you had a chance to visit that program, to understand that program, this might clarify a lot of this discussion. It's just a suggestion that I have. Thank you.
Are there any other comments or questions? Senator Craigo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick comment. As someone who passed the bar exam 20-some years ago, I can tell you I don't want to take it again because I'm not sure I would pass it, to be quite honest. And so there is some legitimacy of the provision regarding the grandfather clause. If you've been doing this job for 10 years, you know how to do the job. That doesn't mean you can automatically go pass the exam. Professional licensure exams, whether it be for law degree, for lawyers, for veterinarians, it's much different than the actual practice of on the ground doing the job. And so I actually see some legitimacy in that, especially when we're talking about someone who's been doing the job for 10, 15, or 20 years. So, and I bet if you ask most of my colleagues in the legal profession or some of these veterinarians out there, they don't want to go take their professional exam again because it's this, what they passed or what they studied or what I studied 20 years ago isn't necessarily the same today. So just throwing that out there, food for thought. I appreciate the good senator's suggestion. We move it along with that. I mean, I'm going to support the bill even if that comes out, but that's just my thoughts on it. There's a reason why that's in there. It does help some of these folks who've been doing the job for a very long time.
Okay, any more questions? Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you for hearing. Appreciate it.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the committee?
Move the bill.
It's been moved. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second to move this bill forward. Is there any more discussion?
Question.
Question's been called for. All those in favor, raise their hands, please.
Oh, wait, roll call. And,
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, can I just, okay, never mind. So we're doing a roll call vote.
okay, thank
Okay.
you.
Mr. Chairman, this is roll call for 26 LSO 0017, licensed veterinary technicians. Senator Crago? Aye. Senator McEwen?
No.
Senator Pearson?
Yeah, just go to the next and then we'll come back to her. No, can't do that? Okay.
Representative Banks?
No.
Representative Davis? Aye. Representative Eklund?
Aye.
Representative Johnson? No. Representative Ottman? Representative Ottman? Representative Provenza?
Aye.
Representative Schmid?
No.
Representative Strzok?
No.
Co-Chairman Ide?
No.
Chairman Winter?
Aye.
Six aye, 7 no.
Okay. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Mr. Chairman, we don't need a motion to adjourn. We can just recess until tomorrow morning.
All right, we'll recess till tomorrow morning. Thank you.